Check, check, check. Gautam, can you do the Zoom test? Gautam, can you mic check? Mic check. Check. Mic check. Check.
Hello.
On your left.
Oh, there
Hello.
was a mic. Okay.
Hello. Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
It's on.
May we request all of you to please have your seat? We are starting.
Great.
So, good morning, ladies, gentlemen, and others. Welcome to Kanthari Talks 2023.
Welcome, all of you.
I am Srishti Kesi from Nepal, also the Kanthari alumni.
And I am Priya Mohan, and I was an ex-intake coordinator from Kanthari, and I'm super thrilled to be with all of you today.
And Priya, I know you live in Germany right now, right?
That's right.
How
Srishti.
come so many Kantharis keep visiting you there in Germany?
Oh, well, I work for DW, which is like the BBC of Germany. And interestingly, we had a global media forum, which is happening every year. And we had some of our feisty, spicy Kantharis attending the conference in 2019. And last year, we had one of our co-founders, Sabriya Tenbergen herself, speaking for the conference last year. And that's how we are connected, you see.
Yeah, okay. So this year also we have 22 participants from 11 different Kanthari talks, and we are gonna be your host for today and tomorrow.
But before we big bang to the Kanthari talks, Srishti, let's talk a little bit about Kanthari. You've been an active participant and a catalyst since the last 11 years, so probably you're the right person to talk about it.
Absolutely. So Kanthari is a leadership course that offers 12-month long-lasting experiential learning for the people coming from the margin of the society. Every year, we train 15 to 25 participants who has guts to challenge the status quo. And they come from diverse backgrounds. Some are PhD holder, some are school dropout, some are blind and disabled, just like me, and others have no disability at all. And this does not matter. All it matters is the sense of ownership, passion, and the desire to create a positive impact in the community. And this process, we call it as change from within. And Priya, since you had worked as an intake coordinator before, see, you were the one who took me in here in the campus with
That's
the top
right,
interview.
Srishti.
And right now, by the way, I'm taking you in as my co-host for this Kanthari talk show.
I'm so privileged, Srishti. I'm so privileged.
It's okay, yeah. But I would like you to share something about Kanthari from the intake perspective to our audience.
Thank you, Srishti. This place is so close and dear to my heart, I cannot tell you. Well, through this Kanthari program, we have 258 Kanthari graduates from 53 different countries. And you know what? 150 plus organizations have been registered already, and they are impacting the lives of thousands of people across the margins of the society. And if you or anyone seated here knows of any social change makers who would love to apply leadership program in 2024, I would say apply now before the deadline is over.
Yeah, which is coming very soon. So I think for the one who wants to apply, who are already feeling interested to apply, want to know the structure of our Kanthari course. So it's divided into 3 phases. The first phase is a green room, which happens virtually when they are still in their home. The second phase is here in our Kanthari campus, which lasts for 7 months with an intensive experiential learning. And the third phase is again back to their own home country during their startup phase, and the Kanthari alumni helps them with mentoring for their starting phase.
And these participants, they address different social issues such as environment, disability, agriculture, LGBTQ, women empowerment, alternative education, mental well-being, food diversity, and many more. Srishti,
Yeah?
by the way, don't you think we should tell our audience how we got this name Kanthari?
Oh yeah, before it was IISE, something like that.
How about calling one of the co-founders, Sabria Tenberken, on the stage, and let's have a chit-chat with her.
Exactly. May we invite Sabria Tenberken on the stage, please?
Hi, Sab.
I give you mine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, so we can have a stick fight here.
Exactly. So me and Srishti are going together.
So what shall I tell about Kanthari, right?
Yes,
How
a
we
little
got it.
story about Kanthari and how we got the name.
Actually, Priya, you were there.
I know.
Do you remember? We were sitting over there on the balcony. We have a beautiful balcony for all who cannot see it, where we can have a view on the lake. And we're sitting there.
Having lunch, and you bit a Kanthari.
I
And
was
you asked me-
exactly. And how did I react? Do you
and
still
were like,
remember?
"Oops, this is so hot and
No,
spicy."
wait a minute.
No.
It was much better. You know, I was jumping up. And I was so alert and so awake,
And I
right?
said, Sabria, don't worry. This is just a little chili and spicy, but trust me, it's healthy.
Exactly. And then they
And-
explained it to me.
And then I told her, you know what? When I was a little girl, all my uncles and aunts, they called me a Kanthari. And why? I was the one rebel in the family.
Oh my God, you made them sweat,
I
right?
made them sweat.
Exactly. So now, when I started to hear the name sounds nice, right? Kanthari. But then I started to research a bit, and I talked to Ayurvedic doctors, and I talked to all the different Keralites here who love Kanthari and who hate it, right? It's not everybody's darling. And they told me all about it. They said, well, yes, it's very small, but very, very spicy, and it's healthy. So for us, when we heard about this, we thought it's the perfect symbol for somebody who has fire in the belly and who has the guts and the spice to challenge the status quo, and who goes out there and is not just spicy or talking, but is actually doing something. And therefore, from now on, we want to call all those who are change makers, who are going against the status quo, who are healthy and not just nice talkers, we want to call them Kanthari. So please spread the spice in the world. And this is exactly what the Kantharis from today and tomorrow are doing. They are spreading the spice and make the world a bit more healthy. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sabria.
Okay, I think that was a sign for us to start with our Kanthari Talks 2023.
But before we do that, we would like to introduce our panel members. For each speakers group, we have invited panel members, both offline and online. For the first group, the session is on environment, and we have our offline panelists seated here, Veena M. I would just like to quickly introduce her. Welcome, Veena. No, all good. I'll just... Veena M is a program coordinator for sustainable technologies dedicated to ecological sanitation and environmental restoration from Kanyakumari to high mountains like Leh, Ladakh. Collaborating with government bodies and NGOs like UNICEF, CREED, ACTED, and more, they specialize in separating and treating urine and feces to prevent sewage issues. Engaged in diverse projects from UNICEF school awareness programs to coordinating women's activities in Trivandrum Veena is a driving force in conservation efforts with groups like Tree Walk and Heritage Walk. With a rich history of freelance environmental education across Kerala, she has made significant contributions to initiatives like Punarjani, SC/ST children camps, and nature education with Intact and WWF India.
Welcome you, ma'am. Thank you for coming.
Next, we have Mr. Thomas Lawrence. He is a Kerala native and College of Engineering Trivandrum graduate. After a stint with defense contractor in the US, he pursued a graduate diploma in international studies at the University of Missouri, St. Louis. Thomas worked with several international companies before founding his own IT consulting firm, serving global clients. Since 2016, Thomas has been a stalwart advocate for environmental conservation in Trivandrum. Co-founding Save Wetlands International movement with fellow alumni, he led several successful initiatives like restoring Veli Akulam tidally active lake. His efforts showcase a dedicated commitment to preserving Trivandrum's wetlands and combating environmental threats, leaving a lasting impact on the region's ecological well-being. Welcome to you.
Welcome you, sir.
And now for the online panelist who was seated in Mumbai, Mr. Stalin D is a passionate environmentalist affiliated with Mumbai-based NGO Vanashakti. With over 25 filed public interest litigations, he's been a driving force in preserving Western Ghats wildlife corridors, safeguarding Maharashtra's wetlands, and protecting mangroves in Thane Creek and Savory. Stalin successfully saved 3,000 trees from a road widening project in Wada, campaigned for array colonies' open spaces, and played a key role in establishing Mumbai's Thane Creek Flamingo Sanctuary. He fights pollution, secures river access for all, and strives for waste management in his mission to make Mumbai an eco-friendly city. So, from Mumbai, we welcome
you,
Stalin. And for our next online panelist, he's Siddesh Sakur. He's a 2017 Kanthari and the founder of Agro Rangers. Raised in a marginalized farming family, Siddesh understands the economic challenges farmers face. Equipped with a mechanical engineering background, he has dedicated the past 5 years to regenerative organic agriculture, focusing on mitigating soil degradation and climate change impacts. Over the last 3 years, Siddesh conducted ground research, crafting innovative agroforestry models that enhance farmers' income, soil quality, and climate resilience. His vision is to shift farmers from chemical to agroforestry practices, creating dignified livelihoods. With his organization, Siddesh strives to empower youth, transform farming, and foster positive change for farmers and the environment.
Hi, Siddesh. We welcome you.
Hi everyone, very excited to be here. Thank you so much for inviting.
Hi. So, Srishti, you've been hosting this Kanthari Talks for the last 6 years, am I right?
Yes.
So probably you could tell the audience about the format of this event.
Absolutely. So we have 22 speakers today and tomorrow from 11 different countries. Each of the speakers are getting 10 minutes to present their dream speech, which will be followed by 10 minutes question and answer. To make sure that we are on time, we have our timekeeper. Want to say hello over there? Hello, timekeeper. Can we hear the bell? Absolutely. So that's what you will hear at the beginning of the speech. So that means they are starting with the speech, and by the end of 10 minutes, we will. They have to wrap up their speech, which will be followed up by question and answer, which is gonna last for 10 minutes again. And at the end, the timekeeper will again. Yes. Then that means the end of the speech of the participant.
You know, Srishti, in the past, people would watch and listen to this talk, and they would be like, it's so nice, but is it really going to be like a reality, or is it just a dream, you know? And for today, after every speech, we would love to show you a short film of the Kantharis who have actually realized their dreams.
Yeah, so by that we'll know Kanthari talk is not just a talk. It's actually being realized and have been impacting the life of thousands.
That's right. And about the speech,
Smooth running of the program.
And about the smooth running of the event, we have a few instructions.
Priya, let me interrupt there. because I think before the smooth run, I think it's also important that we give a small background of our speakers.
That's right.
Yeah. So I think, so most of our speakers are non-native English speaker. It's even their very first time to be here on the stage and giving their speech. And also the problem they are going to address today are the one they have actually overcome in their life.
Yes, I think it's
I think it was
important.
important to say,
Yes, it's important to keep in mind that they are not native speakers. So the English will not be, it's not the priority here, but the project. Yes, that's right. And now over to the smooth running of the event. Just a few tips. The speeches will be recorded so that they can be published online later. To make sure that these recordings are not disturbed, we would kindly request all of you to be seated here while this talk is going on. Also, please refrain from walking in and out of the auditorium while the talk is going on. As for taking pictures might interfere with the video recording, we would request you not to take pictures during the speech. We have our in-house photographer here, and it will all be shared later online. Thank you.
Yeah, and of course, you might or not might, you definitely need to use washroom. So we have one in the academic block, one is just to our right of this stage, and we have a very eco-friendly toilet, and we love to keep them eco-friendly. So specially requesting gentlemen also, please sit down for both number 1 and number 2.
And the break will be for 30 minutes. However, we request you to please come in 5 minutes before our next speaker. And now,
5 minutes before every speaker, yeah? 5 minutes before, so that we start on time. And now, without a further delay, it's time to invite our first speaker of Kanthari Talks 2023. She is the youngest participant of Kanthari. She is a laughing bird. You can always hear her laughing, talking with everyone. She gets quite fiery if it comes about the issue of environment.
let's put our hands together and welcome Malak from Jordan.
Time is running out. We all sense that something is happening. A whole generation of young people is growing up in a world with an uncertain future, a future filled with unprecedented challenges. Challenges that, if not addressed, will shatter the world as we know it. The vulnerable among us are disproportionately affected by these challenges. We are currently witnessing the largest wave of refugees in our recent history. These people are forced to leave their homes, desperate to find safety in an increasingly hostile environment.
The largest wave of refugees in a recent history? That may surprise you. But what will surprise you not more when you know that a small country like Jordan has the second highest percentage of refugees per capita in the world. Let me tell you a story. In 2010, my mother took me to study in one of the refugee camps in Jordan, as she is working as a school principal there. And of course, she took me to the purpose of studying, but she did not know that this will totally change my life. Imagine with me this camp. It's not like a settlement with a few huts, but rather it became a city. But still, until now, it gives feeling of a temporary space to live. But it's not. People are living there from many, many years. Some are born, some are dying, and most of them get stuck on the land and they don't want to leave. My refugee friends were happy to talk to me. They started to share with me their stories. Stories of struggling and hope, of suffering and recovery. And story after story, I developed a strong interest in the fate of refugees. That's also because my grandparents' roots are from Palestine. When they started to share with me these stories, that inspired me. That I really should do something to let them voice rise to the world. So that I wrote a novel about them, The 15th Night. The novel became quite popular, and United Nations gave me an honorary title as the youngest refugee representative in Jordan about the refugee affairs. And of course, that allowed me to visit most of the refugee camps in my home country. But here, I was totally surprised. The same problem that I had witnessed when I was studying there could be seen between all the camps. But after all these years, is there any change? High temperature in the summer, floods in the winter, poverty, food insecurity, and lack of fresh water. Here, together with my friends, we decided that we should do something. So that's why we started an initiative to create awareness about climate change and waste management. But unfortunately, soon we realized that that was not enough, and still there is a lot to do. But do you think that this has stopped me? Of course no, because luckily after that I found Kanthari, the place that gave me all the tools and skills that I need to develop this small initiative into an organization called Springboard. Springboard, which means pine tree. Now let me tell you why pine tree. The pine tree, it's known by its ability to tolerate different climate conditions. Pine tree can resist desertification because of its coin shape. Yeah, this is Springboard, okay? The pine tree, do you want to show Springboard or should I talk about the pine tree? Okay. The pine tree, its branches can use as a natural filter for water. And the pine tree can survive in the storm due to its coin shape. This is the pine tree. Is there any picture? Okay. So now, in our organization in Springboard, we envision green camps that are known by their preventative measure capable of withstanding natural disasters. But to reach there, we need all of us, Jordanian youth and refugees, to unite our effort. Now, let me tell you one more thing. The pine tree, it's not just a name for our organization. It's also the symbol behind all our action. First of all, we represent the needles. So then not the needles, the roots in the beginning. The roots will represent in our organization the water management project. Yeah, this is the roots. The water management projects, together we will dig ditches, we will make a small water ponds, and also we will implement a water filtration system by using local resources. Needles. The needles in our organization represent the food security project. Here, we want to encourage the families to start their own small farm. Now, maybe you are wondering from where we will find the space for this small farm. We found the solution. We will use the rooftop farming, the kitchen garden, and the vertical garden. The fruits. The fruits in our organization represent the seed bank. And here, we want all the refugees, after they finish eating any kind of fruits or vegetables, to revive these seeds that they already consumed by building a sustainable environment in the school and also revive the gardens inside the camp itself. That will not be everything. Also, after all these plants, vegetables, and fruits start to grow up, we will help them to sell this product and to make an additional source of income for them. For that, we will start a website to sell all these products, and that can help them in their daily life. Also, we will offer for them workshops about climate change, risk management, and waste management. And in the Climate Change Youth Club, here Jordanian youth and refugee can sit together, exchange ideas, find solutions, and talk in general about climate resilience. After going through all this journey, our participants, they will be ready to be an ambassador for change. They will start to spread the necessary knowledge between their students and their community. Now, can you imagine with me again this camp? This camp, which was giving feeling of a temporary space to live, it's become a beautiful green village, a home for generation to feel welcome. Let's turn the stories of the refugee into a driving force for change. We have a future waiting for us. We have a planet to save. Our planet needs us to work and to unite together. Human and nature can coexist, but only if we are careful with our resources. Let's not dream about a better future. Let's build it. Thank you.
Thank you, Malak, for this inspiring talk. Maybe over to the questions.
It's been a wonderful presentation.
Thank you, thank you.
Let your dreams come true.
Inshallah, thank you.
Let there be no refugees in future. Really, I wish. Let there be no war, let there be peace, etc., etc. I really wonder, will you be going to the youngest people, or will you be working among the sort of elderly ones also? Or will it be together you will be working with?
Yeah. So here we want to work with the Jordanian youth, with the refugee, but of course, our project, it can include all the ages, different ages. We don't really focus about the age, we focus more about the action, how we can really do something to revive this camp and to transform into a beautiful village, green village.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
If I would like to ask, how will the refugees participate in these conservation efforts?
Sorry, can you say it again? How the refugee?
How will the refugees participate in this conservation effort?
Yeah. So of course, because we are starting this project inside the camps itself. And in the camps, the refugee, they all believe that they should live in better living conditions, and they really should do something to them community to make it as a home for the next generation. Maybe they now living in poor conditions, but of course they don't want the same fate for them family and for them future children. So of course they will all join, and there is no one want to live in poor conditions and with lack of fresh water and food and all that. So of course they will believe in this project and they will join effort with us to transform the camp.
The story is very inspiring.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then my question is, Mala, when you say camp, how big it is? Or, is it a different camp or one entire area you're talking about a camp when you say, because I'm not familiar.
Yeah, so Jordan, as I mentioned, is host the second highest percentage of refugee per capita in the world, which is of course led that we have 10 official camps for Palestinian refugee, 3 unofficial camps for Palestinian refugee, and 5 official camps for Syrian refugee. And if you can imagine what camps mean, in the one camp, of course, it's not 100 or 1,000, it's thousands and thousands and thousands of people are living there. So in the camps that we will start in the biggest Palestinian refugee camp in the world, which is Al-Baqa camp. That's the camps that I studied in, and it's 1.4 square kilometer, which is, and the population there, it's 100,000. So you can imagine, so the camps, it's really become a city, as I said in the speech. It's not small, it's a city, Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
you one more question,
Please.
please.
Yeah, please.
Are you planning to work with United Nations High Commission for Refugees, that kind of huge organizations?
So actually, I took a lot of experience from them, but this is now my own project. It will not be related to any organization or to any government or ungovernment official office or official place. So of course, like maybe in the future, we will need them support for us. But for the beginning, we will start by ourselves and by support of like local community and like that. And maybe in the future, we would like to, of course, like join them and work with them. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any more questions? Okay.
Yeah, that's a very compelling story. But I think we also have to look at the reality of this project that you have.
Yeah.
And you are actually either in or near the biggest geopolitical trouble spot in the world, right? So there will be refugees pouring in, or you're in a very turbulent situation. How will, in this turbulent situation where nothing is certain on a day-to-day basis, how will you attain your goals for the next 24 months, say from 2023 to 2025, when nothing can be predicted on a day-to-day basis, right? Because of the situation in Gaza, how are you planning to achieve your goals by going into the biggest refugee camp that you have?
So the camps that I will working with, this camp, it's there in Jordan from 1948, and my grandparents, they took refuge to Jordan in 1948, and they living there since that time until now, but they become officially Jordanian. So like we are not working, hopefully there is no more refugees they will leave them homes and they will forced to go around the world and become a refugee. Hopefully we not need to reach to this level that's to start thinking about a new wave of refugee. Let's now work with the people who's already there in Jordan, living there from many years, and is trying to make for them better living conditions. This is what we wish. Like, we don't need more refugee. We need now the people who's already living there to try to improve them livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you for the excellent answer.
Thank you.
Can I ask you one
Yes,
question?
please.
How is the sort of mutual respect between people? Like, are there issues between people? Generally, you find when people are sort of sitting in a crowded place, like issues arise, isn't it? So, like, how do they sort it out now? And will you be addressing that also?
Yeah, so of course in any area in the world there is no space fully living peacefully or like that. So of course, like everywhere you will find some conflict or some issues between the people, that's there. But in general, the Jordanian people really so kind, so generous, and they are so welcoming. They welcome all the people, and if not like that, the refugee will not stay in Jordan until this time. So of course, and the Jordanian, it's something inside them that they need to help. They really feel like we want to help these people. We want to make better life for them and also for us, because in the last, if we improve something in our country, this improvement will not just include one part of the community. It's of course will become in the whole community. So the Jordanian people in general, they are so welcome and they are so welcoming, and they are ready to help people. Whatever or what matter it's the cause, they will help people. This is something in our nature as a Jordanian.
Thank you, Malak. Thank you so much. Let's give her a big round.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's time for a short.
It's time for a short movie.
filmed, I guess.
Yeah. The life here is different from what we have in Akure town, per se. So for me, it's my dream to move to this place permanently next year. I want to be closer to these people, I want to be closer to this place. And then I want to decongest the cities. Life here is better. We can create a lot of opportunities here.
How are you?
How are you?
Welcome to Nigeria.
Nice.
To meet our people. How was your journey? No.
You're welcome to Springboard Farms, and then here, this is our boundary. We have over 30 hectares of farmland here for our farmers. In Nigeria, a lot of people are becoming sick. If you get to the hospital, you see people are being rushed in as a result of food poisoning. It's been discovered that this is caused by the chemicals that we use on the farmland, and Springboard wants to change this, and that's why we practice full and total organic farming, because we want Nigerians to be healthy, we want our environment to be healthy, we want the soil to be healthy. Springboard is the largest organic producers in Nigeria. Nigeria has less than 2,000 organic farmers, and we have millions of farmers in the country. So the challenge is that a lot of people are not aware of organic food. But in the big cities like Lagos and Abuja, rich ones are beginning to get conscious of the kind of food that they eat. So for people in Akure, they are not aware. So Springboard is creating a huge awareness campaign, and we're also trying to create markets in Lagos and Abuja, because the rich ones actually import organic food from Europe to Nigeria to eat. So we can produce that in Nigeria, and that's what Springboard is doing. Millions of young Nigerians are unemployed, and we have more than 50 million hectares of farmland that are not being used currently. In the last 6 years, we have trained over 1,000 young people. We train them and put them into network, into cooperatives to start their farms. We put them into groups of 5, and then we give them farmland, we give them tools, we give them seeds, we give them everything that they need to start their own farm.
I didn't believe I'm going to get the land for free. Then I had to come and see for myself if that is true. So we are on 4 currently doing the farming now. The 80% goes into all them. We share it among us, and the 20% goes into Springboard. And from there, it's bringing money to our table. It serves as a source of income for us.
I see myself as a corporate farmer, not just a farmer on a small scale. I see myself being a large-scale farmer, because agriculture is more to mind like a revolution.
At Springboard, we have trained 3,408 small-scale farmers in 33 communities in Nigeria. About 1,000 of these farmers have become members of our farmers cooperative, and we also work with about 508 rural women that we empower to run village enterprises. And our farmers' main crops are cacao, which we call cocoa in Nigeria, and plantain. In total, our work currently benefits over 20,000 rural people.
So he was Lawrence, he was actually my batchmate. So it's happy to see that that dream has been actualized.
Yes. Srishti, I want to try a simple living.
Simple living.
Mm-hmm.
You mean toiling in the farm, living in that small hut, without Wi-Fi?
Hey. Let me guess.
What?
You're one of those women who are like, oh my God, what'll I do without an Instagram or a Facebook? Right?
Yeah.
My dear, let me tell you, there is a better world outside. For that, what do we do?
I think it's time to invite someone from my own home country, Nepal. And he's none other than Krishna Hari Dulal.
From Nepal.
Scary the night, but no place to hide. And one piece of bread means the whole world to me. So much of pain, on whom do I count? Lost and alone, but who can I blame for this mess?
It was a cold December day on the street of Kathmandu. I was 9-year-old and my sister 6. My mother had an epileptic fit and she fell in the street. People started to gather around us. Some were even laughing, thinking it was a performance, but she was suffering. I begged for help, but nobody really cared. I was hopeless. I could do nothing at that point than to hold my sister, who was crying out of fear, while my mother lay unconscious beside us. The city was new to us, and we were all alone in this world, being rejected by our family. Now, it wasn't always like that. Just a few months before, I was a really happy child, growing up in a beautiful village, grazing the animals, roaming in the jungles with my friends, and helping my parents in the farm. Carrying out these wet rice seedlings and passing it to the women as they cultivated, learning and imitating from the uncles as they tilled their land with a melodious song. There was this joy of growing the food and having enough to eat. But here I was in the street, all alone, begging and searching in the trash can for food. Now, you might wonder how we came that far. A year before, my mother started to have an epileptic fit. Instead of taking her to the hospital, which was far away, she was taken to the shaman, and her condition started to be worse and worse. People in the village thought she was possessed by some kind of evil spirit, God knows what. And they wanted us out from the village. Tired of all this kind of accusation, my father brought us to Kathmandu and left us there. 4 months of life in the street was really harsh. I understood the real meaning of hunger, homelessness, and helplessness. I would always pray for this to be over, and my prayers were heard through Rokpa's help. Rokpa, an organization which supports street and orphan children in Nepal. They carry numerous other projects to support people in need. Luckily, me and my sister got the new home, and my mother got the medical care that she desperately needed, and our life started to change for better again. Rokpa even supported my mother with a small tea shop in Kathmandu, which unfortunately after 3 years had to be closed because she started facing harassment from the drunk people. I was 13-year-old. On my school break, we went to village and asked my father for a land where my mother could stay and farm. He refused at first, but some of the villagers and elders of the community came to our support, and we got the land. I was really happy to be back again. My mother would teach me to grow different kind of crops, different kind of vegetables, and I really enjoyed working with her. There was this joy. But every passing year, when I go to village, I would notice youth were slowly disappearing from the land. The village where I once had a memories of happy farmer growing their crops and sharing the tradition was no more a reality. My country, Nepal, which once used to be known as exporter of food, now export youth as cheap labor. Every day, more than 1,300 people leave the country. They take high interest from the loan shark, and from being in their own house with their loved one, they are being cramped with 8 other migrant workers in a tiny room. We have moderate climate in the hill, of average temperature, let's say around 25 degrees. But they have to endure working in 50 degrees harsh condition. The freedom and dignity that they have back home are snatched away as they face discrimination, abuse, and serve jail for minor transgression. And some, unable to suffer and all this hardship, they get hooked on alcohol. And sadly, some never returns. While constructing the FIFA stadium in Qatar, more than 500 Nepalese died. And every day, more than 3 dead bodies of migrant workers are being brought back to Nepal. Back in my village, Arukharka, the once fertile land has been degraded because of the excessive use of chemical, and it has been pushing the farmer away from their land. The village now becomes a place for elderlies and children only. Something really has to be done in order to bring hope to the land and to the people. Deep inside, I always wish to do something for the community that once let us down. Our organization, Asa Bhumi, which means hope through land, wants to transform this situation. We work with youth to develop their love for home reason and make them passionate in organic farming. We envision a future where all the farmers can thrive in their own ancestral land, cultivating with dignity and with pride. We have 4 hectares of land in the hill, which now lies abandoned, as you can see. We'll transform this land into a thriving farm, which will be a model for local farmers. Here, we'll conduct our pilot project. We'll invite youth from low-earning background and people who have returned from foreign employment. We consider our participant potential seed that can thrive with right support. So we take them through 4 phases of sprouting, seedlings, growing, and harvesting. They will start sprouting when we add to their existing knowledge of farming and introduce wider possibilities and advantages of organic farming. They become seedlings while gaining the knowledge in soil, water, and pest management. They will learn about crop diversification and rotation. They will make their own compost, and they will learn about the greenhouse to grow different kinds of crops in winter. Next is growing. They start growing when we give them all the skill and that they test all this skill in their farm. Here, they will also learn about value addition in the food so that they can increase their income as well as add to the food security. And the final is harvesting. It's the time for real action. Our participant would start working in their own farm. Together with our team, we'll evaluate their soil quality, water availability, and climatic condition, and design a suitable farm for them so that they can maximize profit. This journey will help young farmers to grow crops more organically and become passionate in farming. We'll not stop there. In the years to come, we want to revive all the simple ways of living by reviving the indigenous knowledge where nature would provide all the basic necessities. Imagine, after the harvest season, rice straw that are unused would be used to make a beautiful mat. Trays and baskets would be made from bamboos. Grass would be used to make nice rope, because we'd like to replace all the cheap plastic materials that are now in our village. Asavumi will further brand this product and increase the income generating part in the community. Youth in Arukharka think that there is no other way to prosper than to leave their home, travel mile away, and just to earn the bare minimum. But Asavumi offers an alternative, to stay in their own land while cultivating, connecting with nature and families, to take charge of our own destiny while making our community more prosperous. As philosopher Seneca said, it is not the man who has too little, but a man who craves more that is poor. Thank you.
Can I ask the question?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Well, Krishna, you spoke about the water supply, water availability, soil quality, and organic farm methods at the end of it, at the harvest. I think that should have come first. Unless you have a clear idea of how you are going to rejuvenate that land, and you are unsure of the water supply, how will you proceed? Second question is,
Can I
what
first
crops are you
answer?
looking at?
Can I first
please go
answer
ahead.
that first question,
Sorry,
please?
Alan, can we just have one question at a time?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. First, they would learn all these kind of things in our model farm. There, they will do all the practice, and then we'll teach them how to do that. But later, to make it not just conventional training, let's say, that we train and then they start their own, we would like to help them also evaluate their farm so that they can diversify their field, we can help them design their farm to generate or maximize their profit. But they will learn all that first.
And to the second question, Stalin?
The second question is that what kind of crops are you looking at? Because in the climate resilient situation which is needed, what climate resilient crops are you looking at to be cultivated in this kind of weather?
Okay, so we lies at around 1800-meter altitude, and people are now growing only rice, like seasonal crops like rice and other product. But we want them to grow millet, which is now considered a superfood, which is really healthy and good. So we'll promote millet, and we'll let them grow different kind of vegetables in order to diversify their farm, and not just seasonal farming that they do and then left the farm and there is no income, which compel them to go abroad.
Good, good.
Thank you. Now, shall we have a question from Siddesh?
Yes. Hi, Krishna. It's very interesting to see your project, how you are going to build it. I have one bit like simple question. When you will start these farming practices with organic farming practices, and that you said this land has been degraded. When you are shifting from degraded land into organic farming, they will have a like shock. The soil will go into the shock, and there will be a less production. So what is your plan to support in this transition period, the first 3 years of transition period to convert it into the organic farm? What is your plan to support these farmers or the participant in the first 3 years?
Thank you for the question. It's more like the farm are not so degraded. It's more because we have fertile land in the hill. The land are, because of the excessive use of the chemical, is now generating the less output. We'll test their land first. We'll test our land based on the pH meter, how acidic it is or how alkaline or basic it is. We'll do the treatment, we'll do the cover cropping, we'll do mulching and different other practice in order to begin with. Thank you.
Thank you. And how will you mitigate the loss in the production? How are you going? Do you have any plan to compensate the losses in the reduction of their income or reduction of their crop yield?
Yeah, this is something for us to think about, because transiting from chemical to organic farm will at least, they might make little bit loss for first 2-3 years, but it is worth it, because in the upcoming years, after the farm start producing, they can already cover that, and will think something about that. Thank you.
Can I come in? Sorry, before the other ask.
Sure, please.
Krishna, you said it take 2-3 years. Unless you have a contingency plan to supplement their income, people are not going to wait for 3 years till you get a proper situation on the ground. So you have to make those plans. That's all I have.
Yeah, that's true. We'll not start with like making them cultivate their whole land. What we'll do is we will ask them first to trust us and give a small part of land where we'll practice that, and then later also do for the whole farm.
Thank you. Veena and Thomas, would you?
Hello.
Hi.
You got a very compact dream.
Thank you.
Thing is, what I thought is like, you had almost connected all the things, but something which should be really thought about, sir has said, like how will you support them economically? Like probably something you could think about is how, like planning other jobs also. rather than fully into farming.
Yes, that's true. That's I've mentioned it in my speech as well. That later we'll start reviving the old tradition and practice they had at the past, like making bamboos, trays, baskets, like mat, which would increase more income opportunities in the community and not just based on farming.
Yeah, because there will be lean seasons also because
Yeah.
we are up in the mountains.
True.
So
We want to
one has
revive
one
actually.
has to plan all the sort of economy behind it because people need money even
True.
at that time. So
True.
yeah.
True.
Just
We'll
keep
do that.
also in mind.
Said
Sure.
1.03
Thank you.
million hectares are barren land. So at the very beginning, how much acres you're planning to get started?
So 1.03 million hectare scale is the overall land that is degraded in Nepal, like abundant in Nepal, which is not farmed. We'll start from my community itself, where we will, I have 4 hectares of land in the hill, which now lies abandoned. We'll revive that first, and then together we'll work in the community farm as well, in the village. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions, both offline and online panelists. And so shall we give him a big round of applause?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Krishna. And before we move on to our short film, I have a small request. Kindly switch off your phones or keep them on silent mode because that might interfere with the recordings. So thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you.
So Makirunge dump site is the only biggest dump site in Mombasa. So all the garbage from the city and its environment comes to this dump site. All the private garbage trucks, all the government county trucks bring all the garbage to this place. And just offload it. As you can see, it's a huge problem because now all the trash, about 900 tons of waste that is produced every day in Mombasa comes here. And without these initiatives of extracting the valuables from the waste, it becomes even a bigger problem. My name is Emmanuel Mbaki, and I'm the founder of Takazi. And Takazi is two Swahili words put together. So Taka means waste, and Kazi means jobs. We stand to create jobs as well as reducing waste in the environment through our process of adding value to the recyclables. I was studying in Mombasa City, and I was staying in a slum area. Every day to and from college was through a very filthy, dirty streets. Then I did not know what to do with the waste, but I knew, for me, I was convinced it was not the right thing to happen. And my thinking then was that I could clean the whole city at once. That could not happen because you can't clean a whole city because you don't want to see garbage. So something had to happen, and that is where Kanthari came in. My idea of bringing a difference and creating jobs and making an income through waste was shaped and made clear and doable. Yeah. I came to the village because this is home and I had no problem with land. So I came over here and I looked for resources. I had saved some money, and also I got a grant from the pollination project. They funded me, and I went this structure, and everything started like that. So this is a village setup, and the education of environmental conservation, I think I kind of brought it here, people knew less or nothing about how they can help in maintaining a clean environment and how they can probably get an income from waste. So this message of there is some value in waste and you can get a job in waste was not here. So by coming here and introducing it, now people think, see, now practically, yes, if they can make some money in West, they can get busy with West.
Okay, that was a fiery speech from Krishna, and also we watched the short movie from our Kanthari graduate who have actually actualized the dream. Priya, it's like after how many years you're back to Kanthari?
Well, I left in 2013,
Mm-hmm.
and I think, yeah, it's been pretty long time.
10 years, yeah, it's 2023. So,
That's right.
like, what do you feel? Like, you're back after so long years, coming back to Kanthari.
I think, you know what, Srishi, it's like an alumni meet. I get to meet all my old friends, and here Kartik is right here, and yeah, and it's great to be back in the campus. Yeah, just like an alumni meet for me, Srishi.
Yeah, it feels good that like a lot of our alumni comes back, and this year there are a lot of parents coming up to cheer up for the speakers. So it's interesting.
It's also great to see, you know, like this morning I was having this chat with Karti, and wow, what a project that he's running, and it's great to catch up with all of you, even you, Srishti, and you both were in the same batch, remember?
Yeah. Of course I remember. How can I
Just
forget?
testing, you know, Kartik, if he knows you. Yeah. So it's really awesome to catch up with all our ex-Kantharis, and yes.
Yeah, and the campus simply is so beautiful. You know, we have a beautiful lake over there, a lot
It's
of
getting more
trees.
beautiful by the year.
And you know, one part I really like every morning when I wake up from the window, I hear these birds, like beautiful birds chirping. So many birds, like, you know, I always like to like wait them silently and really listen at them. That's one of my favorite things that I do every morning.
That's right.
So actually, our next speaker is going to guide us through the sky of environment and is advocating to safeguard our beloved birds.
Let's put our hands together and welcome Kirti from Pondicherry,
India.
Any other kids, I too wanted to play with teddy bear and Barbie toys. But playing with toys was not allowed in my religious beliefs. Growing up in such conventional religious family was not easy. I always had this strong desire for adventure, to do something meaningful for society. But I was strictly restricted to go outside of my home. This was the life I had been living for 25 years. In 2020, everything changed when my dad gifted me a camera. This camera became my tool to break through all the limitations.
Birds. Birds became the major object of my photography. In past 3 years, I have recorded more than 160 different bird species in Kalakuchi district. I wanted the world to know what I discovered in my area. So I liked documenting all common birds around my house on the Internet eBird app. It is an international platform to record bird species. I wanted to record all the birds that is in and around my house. And later I realized that I was the first person in my district to do so. I was so curious and responsible. I even wanted to record even more birds. But even I dared to go beyond my usual boundaries that were set by my family. I began to search different kind of birds that lead me to Komigi Dam. Komigi Dam is a water reservoir that is located at downhills of Kalvarine Hills, Eastern Ghats of Tamil Nadu. And this Komigi Dam, it is surrounded reserved forests and diverse birds. And this became my favorite observation spot. And here are a few pictures that I shot in the spot. When I came to know the types of birds and the numbers so well, I certainly noticed the decline in birds population. It was painful for me to see particular birds were not coming back. And this was only in 3 years. During that time, I witnessed a lot of trashes like plastic covers, wrappers, all were dumped near wetlands. And this affected fertility of the soil. Trees, plants, bushes, all were having difficulties to grow. The degradation of wetlands not only resulted in loss of habitat for birds, but also resulted in ecological imbalance in ecosystem. I wanted to do something about it. Wetlands are so essential for biodiversity that improves water quality, controls soil erosion, flood, and providing habitat for 40% of plants and animals in the world. Deforestation were adding to the problem. Trees were cut down without new ones being planted. So I wanted to create awareness and to do something about it. While I was working as professor, I used bird pictures to discuss with students about their role in biodiversity. I even started to work with forest department to clean up Komigi Dam and its surroundings. But you know what? None of my students, they took part in it. That's where I understood how it is important to teach our younger generation about taking care of environment. So I carried photo prints of the birds and its surroundings along with me to teach school students. I wanted the younger generation to know the knowledge of taking care of environment. I hope to see the increase in birds population. I wish the wetlands and forest surroundings to be clean. We strive to plant more trees and restore green cover. We wish to see noticeable shift in students' attitude towards protecting environment. One fine afternoon, I was just back from birdwatch. A cycle rider overtook me. I did not see many persons in Kalvarine Hills, especially not on the bicycle. So I stopped and asked him, what was he doing here? He is Kanthari alumni Raghunath Veeravel. He shared about his mission growing trees by throwing seed balls while bicycling. I was so impressed to hear that. And I even explained about my wish to conserve the Kalvarine Hills. And through Raghunath, I came to Kanthari. And here I'm starting my own organization, Quili. Quili envisions a future where all living species, particularly birds, to have safe habitat and maintain healthy ecosystem. We want to empower young bird ambassadors who come together, plant trees, clean up the area, and protect the environment. In Kanthari, I developed a curriculum to create awareness and interest of birds. We also envision an art gallery that is surrounded by fruit tree forest. This art gallery will have photo frames with QR codes about birds, butterflies, insects, and all the species that have been captured and recorded in Kallakurichi district. This art gallery will also display the work of students from different activities that we conduct throughout the year. Through this, people will learn about biodiversity, nature, and threats in the environment. And all these positive changes will create contributing sustainable environment and maintain ecological balance and enhance overall ecosystem. Let me show you something. Did you hear that? This tiny little bird in flower, they help in pollination. Certainly, we all know this common bird, house crow, and shikra. They are omnivorous. They eat fleshes. They are called sanitary workers. And this white bird, little egret. The poop of water birds functions as natural fertilizers. Here we see white-cheeked barbet eating sapota fruit. Red-whiskered bullfinch just behind it. The tree birds like this disperse seeds and helps plants to grow. Did you all hear that? It's my favorite bird, Asian quail. This belongs to cuckoo family. It has a peculiar calling, and it is an indicator of healthy biodiversity and healthy bird diversity. If we don't hear this anymore, instead we hear this. Then do the following. Ring the alarm. Bring your friends together. Plant trees. Let's start restoring wetlands. It's never too late to act. Thank you.
Can we have questions
from our panel?
Thank you, Kirti. Wonderful presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's amazing to know that you had spent only 3 years and know this much. Like we have spent years. Still, I am not really sort of an expert in bird identification or anything. Probably my interests are into other things. Anyway, it's very interesting because you're going to the children. Yes, children are very important. Especially, like, if you create the interest at the earlier stage, it is the better. Best thing you can do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Like, I have no questions as such. Best wishes.
Thank you.
Hello, Kirti.
Yes,
How
sir.
are you?
Great, sir.
Okay, I have a very small question for you.
Yes.
You're talking about Enneper Lake?
Sorry, sir?
You're talking about the lake out there?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Lake, Komagi Dam.
Komagi Dam, okay. So is there any law, state laws, which is protecting those wetlands out there? You're talking about Wetlands Conservation 2017 and all.
Yes, sir. Of
There's
course.
any state laws?
Yeah, Komagi Dam, it comes under Public Work Department. That comes under municipality. And here comes the political play between the Forest Department and municipality. And when we start any work, Forest Department, they just point municipality. And when we do any work with the municipality support, they show the Forest Department. So,
Thank you, and wishing you the very best.
thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Our online panelists, please.
Kirti, very impressive, and your energy is very encouraging. You have a lot of drive, and I wish you all the best. Keep going, and don't worry about people like Thomas are there to help you.
Thank you,
And
sir.
I don't see it. Yeah?
Already they are helping, sir. Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, this here.
Yes, hi.
Yes. So I have one question. You said like these people are cutting the trees and generating waste. So what is your plan to create that awareness so people will not cut more trees rather than planting, or will not generate more waste? What is your plan to sustain this, to shift these people's mindset of not generating any waste and not cutting any trees?
Yeah, even I believe that just planting trees, myself, me going and planting trees will save the whole world. But actually, I realized that it is not. After 1 year of conducting multiples of events, activities, no, it did not help. There were 20 people with me, we planted trees. But we couldn't save the whole Kalakurchi district. So I thought focusing on the younger generation would create better future.
Just a question.
Yes.
Because I would like to know, we have been hearing about Tamil Nadu giving up on single-use throwaway plastic. Hasn't really nothing happened because there is so much waste still everywhere.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Just I would like to know about.
The thing is, ma'am, when we talk about single-use plastic, why do people use single-use plastics? Because it is cheap. Of course it is cheap, but also there is no alternatives. That is the main reason. I wish there would be alternatives for every single-use plastics that common people could use.
Can I come in here?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Kirti, there is something called as, what do you call it? Biologically degradable plastics.
Yes.
Okay, you can use those green plastics made out of plant fiber. It
Yes.
decomposes within 3 months, so that is an alternative. And people use plastic simply because it is free.
Yeah.
The day you have to pay 10 rupees for a plastic bag, people will stop using it.
Yes. And in name of biodegradable plastics or products, again it comes to the microplastic. It ended up in non-degradable actually. Example like Tetra Packs. They claim themselves as it is reusable or recyclable, but actually it's not.
I'm talking about cellulose-based plastics.
Yes, sir. Cellular plastics.
Cellulose-based plastics. Cellulose-based plastic.
Okay. I will look into that, sir.
If you have to use cellulose-based plastics, you will have to grow those trees and those plants, everything. So automatically the earth will also start getting greener.
Of course, sir. Earth will also become so peaceful if they reduce the cost to the common people use. That is what I wish for.
Kirti, I have one more suggestion.
Yes.
You said your goal is to fight against the degradation of Kalakurchi wetlands. There may be a possibility to look into whether you can make it as a Ramsar site also, because there may be a possibility.
Sure.
We should definitely look into it. We have recently done Vellayani and Veliyakulam. So if you need any help, we'll be more than glad to help you out. And also there's another a professor by the name Dr. Jayashree Venkadeshan, which I will put you in touch. She's a member of the Tamil Nadu State Wetland Authority also. So you might, so that way it gets protected too. So you might want to look into that too. Okay, all the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kirti. But just a question, so I know you had this dream today. You are on the stage. How was your overall kanthari experience?
Overall kanthari experience, I can simply tell you, I found myself better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You found yourself better.
Yes.
What it was like one of the great learning that you took from kanthari?
And one more thing I want to add, when my own family and when my own region people, they did not recognize or celebrated or appreciated what I do, kanthari did it. Thank you so much, kanthari.
Thank you so much, Kirti. All the best.
And thank you, Raghunath Veeravil.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I realized that there's a huge problem of deforestation. People, they are cutting trees. People, they are destroying the environment. So I was interested to find the solution why people, they are doing this way. Why people, they are cutting, destroying the forest. So I come with the idea of establishing the organization which can work the small-scale farmers and the small-scale fishers, whereby we can store back the forests. So here in Mihuga, they start to harvest trees for timber, for logs, for agriculture expansion. The village started to lose most of their forests. And you can see now it's an empty area. So with Amba Coffee, we are working with the villagers, small-scale farmers. We are doing the generative agroforest model farm. It's about 50 acres. And we will plant different types of trees, especially the wood trees, but the fruit trees, mixing the types of crops like maize, whereby people, they can harvest it in a short period of time, and they can get some income, but also they can get food for their families. We had a project in 2018, but due to the different challenges that happened, for example, other groups, the livestock keepers, they start to feed their cattle in the farm. So most of the trees were eaten, were destroyed by the cattle. So to solve the problem, the village government decided to shift us from that area to another area, whereby we, at least when we are growing these types of crops like maize, or when we started to plant trees, maybe in the March of this year, we'll be sure that most of the trees will survive. But apart from the conflict, we had a long drought season, started in 2018. Until now, we get very short rain period, so that in this area we come with the idea of to dig the water reservoir on the down there. We have 1 acre whereby we can dig the water reservoir and harvest rainwater. And maybe in the future we can create the new forest in this area.
You will say, I'll say something.
This area before was a flat land, as you can see, but we as a Ambakoshi group, we try to do experiment on how we can restore this area with the mangrove, because you can see that there is the stumps, which indicate that in the path, the area was covered by the mangrove. So we decided to dig some holes for maybe 1 to 2 meters from one hole to another, and we plant some seedlings. Some seedlings, they grow and they are doing well, like this one. So we hope that in the future maybe we can repeat another planting in the same holes, and maybe we can cover this area with forest, the mangrove forest. She said that although she's elder than the entire members here in Makofi, but she decided to join with us because she wanted to help the next generation. She remembered that when she's young, the situation was not like that. There are so many plenty of the mangrove, but she don't know why the situation now is not like, because maybe the land is much destroyed. She thinks that if she can stay aside, she's like to be selfish, since she wants to help generation, young granddaughters, young grandson, so that they can see how the beauty of Zimbabwe she has seen before. Since 2018, we had covered more than 7 villages. 2 of them we are more in the agroforest, and then 5 we are specialized in the bamboo restoration. We succeed to work with about more than 120 in the fisheries, but more number is in the fishing community. We are looking maybe in the future while we scale up our projects to reach more villages, especially in the northern part of Tanga, and also in Bagamoyo and Chaliza district for expanding the agroforests. And we want to see more villagers adapt this method of farming, because now like they are practicing monoculture farming. It's like gambling. So no, rains come to lose everything. But if we insist on more farmers to start in the relative agroforest model, it means they depend also in other types of crops like the palm trees, and also wood tree and the other types of crops. So we believe that in the future we can restore back our forests.
Wow, so it's raining outside. The environment feels even more beautiful right now. So we have already heard 3 fiery speeches, 1 more speech before the break, more speeches in the afternoon. So,
Srishti,
yeah.
If you ask a child in the city where the food comes from, what do you think they're going to answer?
I think they would just say supermarket, right?
True. Isn't it quite sad that they have no idea about farming? And to know about farmers and farming, what do we do, Srishti?
We do. It's a simple solution. We invite Myat from Myanmar to talk about it.
Welcome, Myat.
Don't you think this is beautiful? All the paddies are ready to be harvested. But do you see any problem here? Monocropping. That is exactly what is degrading agricultural land in Rakhine State, Myanmar. If we continue growing rice at this pace, the land will lose all its fertility, and we will not be able to feed on each animal. In Rakhine State, around 83% of the population live in rural areas. They rely on farming and fishing as their main source of their livelihood. According to Food and Agriculture Organization 2018 special report, about 85% of the agricultural land is used for rice cultivation. I still remember when I was a child, I used to go to paddy field and shrimp beanie farm with my father, where I helped him with soil preparation and harvesting. I grew up in the small village surrounded by salty creeks and full of mangrove forests. At the back of my village, there is Mayu Mountain, once covered with many trees. As a child, I really enjoy those moments and the simplicity of the rural life. In 2012, after high school, my parents sent me to Rangoon. There I came across Neat Myanmar Eco Village Farm School, where I learned about sustainable farming practice environmental conservation, and community development. After training, I became very conscious about environmental problems in my community. So, upon returning home, I noticed that the trees on the mountain is being cut down. The mangrove forests were disappearing. The number of the farmers who are abandoning their farmland is increasing day by day. They are going to Thailand, Malaysia, and China. Most of them are illegally. I constantly hear from our farmers that the paddy price is not good this year, we will not make any profit and even no cover with investment. So, when I look deeper, I realized that there are multiple reasons for this. Number one, the soil fertility is going down as farmers have been following conventional farming practice and growing rice in the same land for many years. The continuously use of the chemical fertilizer and pesticide reduce the soil fertility. This less fertile soil was hit by the high temperature in summer. And again in rainy season, this bare dry land was washed away into creeks and rivers with the rainwater. This yearly cycle made the land degraded and not fit for farming anymore. Number two, we don't have access to water in summertime for growing crops. Rakhine is one of the states with the highest rainfall in Myanmar, but every year we face the effects of the water shortage due to lack of water harvesting infrastructures. Number three, the farmers, there is no direct and stable market for them. To sell their products, they have to rely on markets in Rangoon, Mandalay, and bordering areas, Thailand and China, which involve very high transportation costs. Number four, the farmers lack access to techniques, skills, and machineries in order to turn their raw materials into value-added products. For example, we produce a lot of mango in summertime, but it goes wasted. On the other hand, people buy mango juice and jams, which coming from the cities. On the top of this, the military situation brings a lot of problems into my state, such as blocking roads, waterways, and even cut off communication and food supplies. The fear of the bombs prevents our farmers from going into the field. These are the problems the farmers have been facing right now, have been facing for many years also. My work at environmental organizations for nearly 6 years made me understand that young farmers have very potential to transform their land into the sustainable one. But I realized that the youngsters are not interested in farming because, on the other hand, there is negative connotation to farming. They more prefer to go in other countries and big cities in such a work. In 2019, I met with Than Shui from Myanmar and Dr. Johanna Garner from Australia. They were planning to run a permaculture fund in Myanmar, in somewhere. When they asked me, I was very delighted to be a part of this initiative. This is how we developed the Permaculture Institute Myanmar. With support of the Dr. Johanna Garner, we bought 9 acres of land in Rakhine State to create the Permaculture Demonstration Fund and Training Center. The idea of the center is to empower young people and farming community in sustainable farming practice, such as permaculture design, agroforestry, ecological farming, integrated farming, environmental conservation, value addition, and so on. I personally believe that permaculture is not just way of farming, it's way of life. It is not only producing food and vegetable and making profit, but also learning and adapting how to coexist with nature, value diversity, reduce our energy consumption, recharge our groundwater, and make our human habitat more stable and sustainable. These are the main philosophy behind the permacultures. Let me show you how we can combat the petty fee into demonstration fund. Firstly, we need to make observation of the fund and think of where we should put all the necessary elements for design. Then identify the most suitable place for water storage. Around the water pond areas, we can grow fruit trees and other trees to create the agroforest so that water retention is improved. And slowly we introduce the animals such as cow, chicken, and ducks, which will create additional income source for us. At the same time, they help us by using their drop-in as a natural fertilizer. Then we grow the seasonal vegetable along with flowers to attract pollinator and the purpose of the pest control. Yet we need rice. We need to eat rice. We need to grow rice in the certain areas where, again, in summertime, we can grow many crops and beans. It's relied with the local contact so that it's enriched the soil nutrition. The design has to be created to support each other, make the energy efficient and system resilience. After some years, we don't need to too much rely on the human intervention. It will become the regenerative model with very less external input. Imagine such a system maintaining good condition of soil, no wastage of water. The animals are eating healthy and happy with farming. There are forests giving out fruit, cooling shade in the summer. And why all the birds and wild animal species? And we gather timber for our shelter. Of course, we need time to transform the situation of the community, those who are facing many problems and challenges. But this is the best model for us, for our coexisting with nature. Let me put it this way. Nowadays, when a child comes to you and say, I want to be a doctor, you won't say, good job, all the best, and encourage them to go and heal the people. But a child comes to you and say, I want to be a farmer. So do you think they will give us same respect and encouragement? Okay, think about this way. What a farmer does, much more a doctor does. The farmers, they have a power to heal our bodies with healthy and nutritious food. At the same time, heal our nature and protect our environment with good agriculture practices. The practice of permaculture make this possible, where we human work with nature harmoniously to heal our wounded planet. Thank you so much.
Shall we start with the online panelist? Yeah?
Sure. Hi, Matt. Siddesh here.
Oh, brother Siddesh.
Yes. Very nice. So I have a question. Like you said, this land has been degraded. So what is the methodology that you have planned to rejuvenate this soil? Because it might take some years to rejuvenate that soil, right? So what is your methodology that you are going to adopt in the farming that will improve the soil quality?
Yeah. So right now, especially my state, the farmers, they have a local knowledge and local wisdom how to work in the farmings, but they are lacking the contemporary scientific knowledge, which is counting in the soil. What would you put this kind of how to make the compost or organic fertilizer by using the natural resources. So if you know which kind of the natural resource much more be better for the composting or the natural fertilizer, so I think it will much more better to recover slowly the lands by using those kind of the techniques.
Thank you.
So,
now to the next online panelist. Are you ready? Or shall we? Okay. Thank you.
No, I just have one question. Are you taking the help of experts in this field to rejuvenate your soil? Like my co-panelist, Mr. Siddesh, has asked you. How will you do it? So this can't be a trial and error.
Yeah. So when we try to recover the normal soil, we just need to work with the everything's in our areas. Even we just need to take care of the water, and then also we just need to see how we can grow the plants to enrich the soil nutrition again, like year by year or seasonally. So especially we will use the regenerative model and in the permaculture design. So in permaculture design, we conclude everything that regenerative model, agroforestry, organic farming, integrated farming, those all are a part of the permaculture design. But what a permaculture is much more than agriculture is, it's integrated with the human, especially with the nature and also farming. Those are planes kind of to rejuvenate the soil again back to the nature.
Also, does your government support these initiatives?
Does your government?
It's a very lack of government support in our country to the farmers. So
this idea of permaculture, is the government supportive of it?
Sorry, again, please.
Is the government supportive of this permaculture? Is what he's asking. Is your government
maybe this is the first the initiatives to bring to my country. There are some initiatives they start in. It's very slow and also very small. So if we start, the recent governments might not be interested, but I do know in the future they will interested in our initiative.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Over to you, Veena.
Hi. It was a very nice presentation, and I think permaculture will take up, but will probably take some time.
Yes.
Because you are into planting trees, and the results will come only sort of later. But yes, it is a great initiative to start in a country which hasn't given experience such a thing. Yes, that one question like, do farmers burn their sort of paddy?
We usually burn before the rainy season to grow the paddy. Yeah.
Like, will they join hands to sort of stop such a practice? Because that can denourish the soil a lot.
Yeah.
Burning can really, because we are in a time of climate change, and the heat is sort of extreme, even up in the mountains and things, like, it's a mess. So, like, how can you initiate farmers into such a process for stopping or slowing down this mechanism of setting fire to all the organic products?
Okay. So we can use those paddy straws by to make a cover when we plant. Or we can use those in making the organic fertilizer. Then we can use a lot of things without any burning, those kind of things. So I think farmer, if they know about how to use and how to make these techniques, they will much more interested and also follow because it will reduce their buying cost of the chemical fertilizer from shops.
Over to you, Thomas.
Hello, Maya. My question to you is, you were here for almost a year, right? In Kanthari, 7 months, 8 months now?
Yeah, 7 months, yeah.
Okay. Do you have a chance to visit the agricultural college next to you?
We already.
Okay, very good. That was,
yeah.
That's very good because, you know, if you have a tie-up or if you know the people over there, that can really help you.
Thank you so much, yeah.
That's right. Then next is a very simple question. So now you're graduating from Kanthari. Please let us know how this made a difference in your life, your time over here. Of course, you know, it takes time, but still, I would love it to have.
Thank you so much. It's really amazing for you. This is the very special moments while I was learning kanthari. And I have ever seen or ever experienced such an opportunity being here and learning together. Mostly, I got a lot of support from the catalysts and also from my friends, like a very good family and also learning environments. It's make me motivate and also bring those experience to implement when I back to home.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mia. Give him a big round of applause.
All the best.
So, we take a short break now for lunch. I'm sure all of you must be really hungry. So let's take 15-minute break. So we all assemble back in the hall at 13:50, 1:50. Is that
10.
okay? Great. So see you all soon and have a great lunch. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Is it yours on?
No. Yes.
Hello.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Welcome back after the break. Hello, everybody. Can we have your attention, please? Welcome back after the break for the Kanthari Talks 2023.
Did you enjoy your lunch? Are you feeling sleepy?
Even yes, our speakers are gonna wake you up with the fiery speeches.
That's right.
We have our 2 offline panelists and 1 online panelist with us for our second session, which is based on disability. So Priya, would you like to introduce our panel members?
That's right. So welcome Mr. Manoj Kurian. Hi, Manoj Kurian is a distinguished professional, Pune University social work postgraduate with 30 years dedicated to empowering persons with disabilities. Former CEO of the National Association for the Blind Kerala branch for 19 years, he pioneered integrated education, low vision, and programs for deaf-blindedness. With a legacy of 16 community-based rehabilitation initiatives, he now serves as the state project coordinator for the Government of Kerala's Disability Initiative. Innovations include free vaccinations, early intervention, autism centers, and introducing disability-focused courses in Kerala University. Beyond, he compassionately cares for 84 mentally ill individuals abandoned by society in Vattapara, Trivandrum. Please give him a big round of applause.
We welcome you, sir. Welcome.
Next, we have Mr. Rohit Philip. He is a seasoned professional with over 11 years of experience across engineering, business development, and management consulting. Currently serving as a lead consultant for the KMTC program, he has been instrumental in driving innovation in medical technology in Kerala since 2019. With a background in the power sector and having worked with a reputable German MNC, Rohit has led technical projects and spearheaded marketing efforts. Holding an electrical and electronics engineering degree and an MBA from IIM Bangalore, he actively contributes to the dynamic Indian startup ecosystem, providing strategic insights and growth consultation for high-tech ventures. We welcome you.
Welcome you, Rohit. Our online panelist.
And now we have 1 online panelist, Mr. Paul D'Souza. Paul is a visionary in assistive technologies for visually impaired, dedicating 11 years to transformative innovations. Pioneer of the NK Braille display and Tiffy template, he founded 2Shirt Tech Labs in 2017, crafting advanced Braille e-readers. With a focus on inclusivity, his company supplies globally recognized Braille cell modules. A recent patent filing for a tactile geometry teaching set demonstrates his commitment to accessible education. Collaborating with students and institutions, Paul D'Souza remains a driving force in addressing challenges for the visually impaired. Welcome, Paul.
Welcome, Paul.
Thanks.
Along with the panelists, we also welcome all of our online and offline audience present here. And thank you very much, our audience, for switching off your phone. Please remain like that. And not walking in and outside the hall, and also not clicking the pictures and allowing only our official photographers to take the picture. That has been helping us to run our program very smoothly, and we appreciate that, and we would still expect that from you. So now, shall we bang, inviting the next speaker, Priya.
That's right.
So our next speaker, she stands as one. She is one, but stands for many. She has not let her disability limit her, but rather she has transformed all the obstacles into the opportunities and possibilities.
May we invite Basundara from Hyderabad, India, with a big
round of applause.
cannot study science? What if you spill chemicals on yourself?
I don't want to marry you. You're not fit for sex.
You? A TV anchor? No one wants to see a cripple on the screen. Also, you're not a beauty queen.
Figure out, figure out, figure out, figure out, figure out, figure out. कदम कदम में गम है तो क्या मगर इस कदम में दम है यारो कदम कदम में गम है तो क्या मगर इस कदम में दम है यारो If you give up, limit is the sky. Get up and grab it, sky's no high. Dear, if you give up, limit is the sky. Get up and grab it, sky's no high. Figure out, figure out, figure out, figure out, figure out, figure out.
I don't care anymore what others are saying, but I did when I was a kid. I got polio at the age of 2 due to improper vaccination. I can move my hands, head freely, but I can't move my legs. So I need my wheelchair. It's part of my body. Imagine my life was stuck in between 4 walls. I never disappoint for that. So I make myself busy by painting, reading books, and watching TV. And I had a bucket list of dreams. I wanted to study. I hope to find fulfilling job. And also, I am looking forward to find my Prince Charming. And what can I do? Nobody believed in me. Today, I achieved all my dreams. But the road was rather bumpy. See, every mother is protective. My mother, very protective. She always insisted to focus on my studies and a secure job, government job. I did not like that all. Who should decide what can I do and can't do? I want to break the barriers. I strongly decided to become a TV host. I complete my PG in journalism. Went to Hyderabad to fulfilling my dreams. In media, getting a job for disabled is very difficult. After 1 year struggle, I am lucky I get a job. But not my dream job as a TV host, but as a content writer. I need to visit the fields to take interviews of celebrities and reporting. I work 10 hours per day sitting in the wheelchair. You know, my colleagues are earning 25,000 per month for the same kind of job, but I am getting 10,000 only. When I came to know this, therefore, I went to ask my employer to raise my salary. Do you know what he said? You had asked a job. For us, we employed you as our corporate social responsibility. What? Corporate social responsibility. That time, I hear like that only. Does he reduce me as an act of CSR element for doing regular job? Then I quit my job. I started my own event management company, View Medias, in 2014. Later, I started to offer services like decoration, light and sound setup, food catering, and publicity, etc. And also, I organized a couple of events like beauty pageant for wheelchair users, cricket matches for the blind. Here, the problem was same. Sponsors are not supported these events because it's all about empowerment. They are very much interested in charity, like distributing groceries, wheelchairs, and blankets. But I never stopped my works. Later, I closely work with other NGOs, community members, government and private sectors. I came to know some interesting facts. The depth of this problem and why society treated disability in this way, in a problematic way. Since 3 centuries, disability treated as a curse, later as a burden, after that unproductive. We are very productive, but we are not recognized. We are not participated. We are not respected. We are denied by participation. Later, we started to fight for equal rights and access. We get some acts and laws, but implementation was very poor. We are still under development. Most of the disabled people are suffering for the sustainability. Then, how can we continue our fight for equality? I thought if we get financial freedom, we can solve all the problems. But lack of beliefs leads to lack of confidence. Coming to the entrepreneurship, nobody trusts disabled entrepreneurs. Meanwhile, we are not getting any financial assistance and bank loans. How can I bring the change? When one problem leads to the next problem, we have a bigger problems to solve. Again, I stuck in the circle of problems. That time, I met Kanthari alumni Satya Illa. I shared my idea to start an incubator. Almost 1 year, we discussed, this way, that way, this way. We could not find any way. In that frustration, he threw me the place where everyone find a solutions. Here I am. I stopped here to think and discuss about problems. I started to find solutions. I want to build an accessible campus and comfortable environment for disabled. It's not only safety and security. It gives a possibility to live independently and focus on their work. We have 3 concept transformative stages. 1, pre-incubation. There we are going to offer 4 months residential program for persons with mobility impaired. They can learn basic communication, computer, vocational, and entrepreneurship skills. 2nd, incubation. We are going to offer here co-working and makerspace. Our mentors will guide them from idea to prototype. In the acceleration stage, we are going to guide our disabled entrepreneurs to avoid market risk and financial crisis. Welcome to Different Entrepreneurs Hub, D-Hub. What makes us different? We understand the disabled problems and come up with innovative ideas to address our disabled people. I too live with walking disability. Let me ask you something. Did you ever experience to holding your pee 8 hours per day? Maybe you can't get a toilet outside, right? Holding pee is a part of my life. Even when there is an accessible toilet, I can't go myself because I am physically dependable. For 33 years, I am facing this problem. I could not try for any solution. In Kanthari, we get an opportunity to develop some products to address social issues. In my group, we are disabled. There, we invented a website which helps to mapping accessible toilet. And also, we started to develop a pee pantry, which helped me and many other wheelchair users a possibility to pee freely. And we called it Peedom. Do you want to see? Here. This is a pee panty. It is in prototype stage. We made this with cotton material. This pee panty had a pee body. So it will help to come pee from outside. We have a attached pipe and this pipe will moving to the pee holding bag. In this pee holding bag, we pee silicone gel we are getting into this. That pee silicone gel will absorb around 500 ml to 1000 ml pee. So we can develop this more. We could do this because we get right mentorship and right tools at Kanthari. Now, what if many people with disability can get similar kind of training? Imagine how many useful products can be invented. This is what exactly we are going to offer at the hub. This is my dream. I believe disability is the mother of innovation. This quote by Sabria Tenberken is my driving force. The hub, the place where all innovators proud. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Vasundhara. Let's move on to the question and answer. Maybe would you like to? No, maybe first you and then.
Yeah, good afternoon all.
Good afternoon.
Especially to Vasundhara.
Thank you.
Very nice to meet you.
Me too.
It is indeed a pleasure to meet you and hear your words. It's really encouraging.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Could you please tell me what is disability according to you?
Disability is a condition, either physically or mentally. It's some for a long time. It's maybe genetically or some diseases or by birth, whatever the reason.
How do you find it now? Is it a strength or weakness?
It's very strength. And also, it's sometimes weakness and to find a strength.
Oh, great. So we can say that you find it as an opportunity now, right?
Yes.
Great. You talk about rights and access, isn't it?
Yes.
What is your plan in the future to do in this area, especially in your state, Telangana now, right?
Yes. Yes.
So what is your plan to ensure the rights or to ensure the access for the person with wheelchair users?
Actually, I told you about the 3 centuries problems. It's still the problem is continue because of some people don't know about the accessibility and there is no possibility to come up for permanent solutions. So for us, I already my co-participants and all other were working for accessibility. But even though there is no accessibility, I am giving a financially independent to my participants because if they get financially independent, they can take one helper, they can give salaries to them and they can move on. Not stuck in for discussing about the problems and fighting for the problems. I am not saying don't fight for the problems, but I can fight in a different fight. So I have a triple H program, that is education, entrepreneurship, employer and health. In this way, who are providing these opportunities for a society, I am collaborating with them. For example, one teacher to education minister also. I am going to give awareness what exactly disabled needs and requirements.
Okay, great. You have a new government?
Yes.
Very young chap as
Yes,
Minister.
Revant Reddy.
CM.
Raymond Reddy, yes.
Yeah.
So there is a chance for something. We can expect something out of him, right? Since he is for the first time here, there.
Yes,
as a
yes,
CM.
yes.
Do you have any plans for ensuring the rights of the person with disabilities in your state?
Actually, I can work to place some disabled activists in the positions. For example, disabled chairperson, like that. If we have our community members, they can understand very well about the problems and needs. So I will discuss about this, and also for the financial independence, we have T-Hub, V-Hub, and now they are planning for SC/ST communities separate innovation related. So maybe lot of possibility to develop a incubation hub for disabled also.
That I agree, but I find this as an opportunity because this is the first time this party is coming into that state, and it's a young chief minister. So if you can hold him now onwards, you can at least bring some changes in that state, that I believe.
I am not into the politics.
No, I'm not in the politics.
Yeah.
You can put some pressure, work as a pressure group with the government, because government is a large platform.
Yes, yes.
How big is your NGO? You can't work like a government. Maybe quality may be very less, that I agree.
Yes.
Even then, if you can work with the government, that will be very wonderful.
Yes.
Things will go to the grassroots level.
Since 2018, I am working with the government, even TRS party also, some other BJP and other leaders also, or rather than their political parties. And I am mostly closed with the IAS officers. I make to them understand the realities and ground level problems. So they are very cooperative.
I'm not favoring any political party. Why I'm saying this is because, you catch hold of them, then only we can achieve some results in the state. Nowadays, the time of working in a corner or a nuke it's gone. Now we have to plan to work as an entire country.
Yes.
Because there's a lot to be done. You know that? A lot to be done.
Yes.
Even now there are many places, even we see even in Kerala, there are bathroom for the girls in schools don't have access for the wheelchair users.
Yes.
So that is a condition. So-called Kerala is a advanced state. That is a condition in Kerala. So that is the reason why I'm talking about catch hold of this kind of people.
Yeah.
And you are Commissioner for Disabilities, and all these people, you can do wonders there. And one more question.
Maybe just we can hold your question there for a second, and
Yes.
then because of the time lap. Okay, we get back to you. We still have time. Thank you.
Sure.
So over to you.
Hi, Vasundhara. Nice meeting you.
Me
Very
too,
good
sir.
presentation.
Thank you.
Very inspiring story as well.
Thank you.
So, I understand you want to do something for entrepreneurs with disability, correct? So, one of the most important things in entrepreneurship and the driving force behind entrepreneurship is funding,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
How do we get funding into a space for entrepreneurs with disability? Even at a time when disability today is also seen mostly from the eyes of, like you said, corporate social responsibility or as charity. So none of the investors out there are actually investing in a startup which deals with disability even, as seeing it as a source of returns or a source of value. So are you addressing this issue in your model somewhere?
Yeah, actually, it's a problem between community and even between this investor, whatever the empowerment related corporates. The problem is only beliefs. Say they are believing that we are unproductive. If I prove them we are very productive in the skills or knowledges, now so they can agree. Because before also, I'm not getting any job in the media. But with my skill, writing skill, I can get a job. Later, I worked as a programming head level also. But the discrimination is there. But if we convince the people with our talent and efficiency, they will definitely support. So for that also, I am into event management. I want to do some events that startup fest like that to invite bankers and investors to showcase our disabled entrepreneurs' capabilities.
Okay. So you're saying with some events and with a little bit of convincing. So do you have some information? Do you already have case studies of entrepreneurs with disabilities?
I'm not sure. It is very less percentage. I know just 10 people like that.
Sure, that's fine. But I would say just track their stories.
Yeah,
Maybe
sure.
their stories themselves have
yes.
something. The
Yeah.
second thing I wanted to point
Thank
out
you,
was...
Rohit.
Yeah.
So sorry, we are
No, that's
really
fine.
running short of time. So we need to move to one more panelist, and
Okay,
then
sure, we'll
we
come
have
back if there's time. Yeah.
Sorry, is he not there? Oh, okay, sorry.
But the time is
so
up.
the time is up.
The time is up already.
The time is
Thank
up.
you.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, maybe later. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank
you.
you,
So
thank you.
much. Give a
Thank
round of
you.
applause. Before we move on to our next speaker, let's
Recording
watch.
in progress.
And before we move on to our next speaker, let's watch a short video from our 2016 participant Amrita from Nepal.
अवरोधमुक्त वातावरण भए हामी सबै स्वतन्त्र रूपमा रमाउन सक्छौं.
I have been told many times with sorrowful voices, you are beautiful, but you are in a wheelchair. I'm so sorry, so sad. I wonder why the word and why sorry. People even ask me, how do you manage to smile? And 1,000 of times I hear how much I am their source of inspiration. Am I their source of inspiration just because I am a smiling person in a wheelchair? Let me tell you one interesting thing. I have heard and I have read in the Bibles and many other religion mythology that disabled people have no place in heaven. So I was curious why I have no place in heaven. And you know, these days we can find anything on Google. So I googled and I found this. Stairways to heaven. Now I can understand why I have no place in heaven. Because the heaven is not wheelchair accessible.
Okay, Priya, like something came to my mind. When I just got blind, people always wanted me to sing because they thought now I'm blind, that blind people are only good at singing. But I always wanted to dance.
I know, Srishti, and you've been doing an amazing job at that, dancing. And what motivates you and what keeps you going further with that?
I just gave a damn about what people were saying. So I took my confidence, I was proactive, and I just kept dancing. So I think our also next speaker wants to also create choices of opportunities for blind people. So, shall we invite?
Boon.
From Myanmar.
This is how blind people are playing football. I'm also passionate about playing football. Despite the fact that football was the reason I became blind. Before I became blind, I wanted to be a football player in my childhood. I grew up in a village in Rakhine State in Myanmar. our place is the coastal area. So I was very active and playful child. Every day I went to the football ground and I played, or I swam in the flooded field. And then there was the accident which turned my life and my dream upside down. At the age of 10, during the football match, I got a tackle and I fell down on my head. Gradually, I lost my eyesight. Even 2 major surgeries didn't help me. After 3 years later, I became completely blind. Getting used to being blind was very tough emotionally. I feel sad, I feel depressed. That time, I thought, this is the end of my life. Most of the time, I was hiding myself in my house. During that time, one of my uncles informed me about school for the blind in Yangon. But I was not ready to accept that. One day, my friend came to me, and he was talking about school, how much fun they have in the school without me. It made me feel jealous, and then it gave me a push to go back to the school, to continue my education. That is why I asked my mother to send me the blind school in Yangon. That is the great turning point of my life. I was really happy that time because I'm not alone being blind. That school was excellent. I learned a lot. Besides the brain, they didn't teach us any orientation and mobility skill, daily living skill. What I didn't like in the blind school, they never allowed, whenever we went to go out with our white cane. That time we felt our life is like the birds in the cage. So, and then we are studying by studying. But for what? There was any future for us. What we observed was the most graduate from our blind school went to a only single professional field, is massage. No matter how they're passionate about their own topics. We also became frustrated because we felt we don't have any future after the school. That's why most of us dropped out from the school and joined the massage training. I also wanted to do the same thing, but our principal told me, you need education to be able to open other opportunity. It made me a question. And then I decided to continue my high school. I passed my exam with excellent grade in economy and history. Even I scored higher than any sighted student. But it's for what? My opportunity was still limited. That's why I landed back to the massage training. More than 1 year, I learned and I earned through the massage. But I was not satisfied. Later, I got a job in Myanmar National Association of the Blind. My responsibility was implementing the project, organizing the training. Through my job, I observed was the most blind youth who like me. But I didn't see any future being in massage. According to the research by Myanmar Federation of Persons with Disability, the more than 85% of blind people in Myanmar are unemployed. And then most are working in massage. The question is why? Is it because of lack of job opportunity or is it because of attitude of blind? Now I fear it's the both. I applied to Kanthari with the idea to start the vocational training for the blind. That time I thought the phone operator training would be the best for the blind. Here in Kanthari, I went to a washing machine. What can I cause? The constant transformation of period. When I came out of there, I understood. I just replacing one stereotypical job with next one. And then when I researched the root causes, which are number one, lack of vocational training, empowerment training for the blind. Number two, the low competence and low communication skill. Number three, the lack of orientation and mobility skill to live in their independent life. Number four, that there was no campaign and awareness program to the potential the employers. Number five, in general, our country crisis, which pushed down everything into the hole. Even most massage centers are closed. So in Kanthari, I got the idea to start my project. I want to empower to the blind to open any job they wish to get in. For that, we will start our organization called Canaan. Our aim is to provide the training to empower the blind with the basic ability, which everybody needs to stand up in their life, to make the right career choice, and to be open to learn and to be integrated in new job environments. Our Canaan Academy, we have the cane structure for the curriculum. The handlebars, the white cane handlebars. So this part, we are going to train orientation and mobility skill, daily living skill, basic computer skill, other business skill, and soft skill and communication skill. So the second part, we call unfold your cane. This part, our trainees visit to another organization, and then we will invite the blind people who are working in their own professional field, globally or locally. So our trainees can learn from their experience. And then in our cane, the cane is not just a symbol, it is a tool to find the way through our life. Yet, we don't have to be reduced to blindness, but we cannot stay in the box. We need to break the stereotype. Let me show you something. Number one, we need to break the limitation. Number two, we have to find out our opportunity. Number three, we need to overcome the fear. Let me conclude with famous quote by Aung San Suu Kyi. The only real freedom is the fear. And then the only real freedom is the freedom from fear. Thank you.
So let's start with our online panelists with the questions from Paul D'Souza from Bangalore.
Hi, Bon.
Hello.
That was a. You can hear me? There's an
Yeah,
aircraft
I can
flying.
hear you.
Yeah, you can. Okay, there's an aircraft flying overhead, so I might just delay for a few seconds.
Okay.
But Bon, that was an inspiring story. One is not so related to your project, but more of a personal question is,
Yes.
from your past, what you remember of your childhood before your accident,
Sorry?
is there any specific aspect of that that you want to carry over in terms of abilities?
Okay. So,
I know football, but now that's a difficult one, but even I can't conceptualize it at the moment.
Yeah.
But is there something like that that you've got on your mind?
Yeah, for the blind, yeah?
Yeah.
So our progress is we would train the business like the computer skill and others business skill. Especially we focus on the we will provide the like orientation mobility skill because they really need in their daily life to go out alone and to manage alone. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. And you have a lot of ideas that you want to implement.
Yes.
And things like craft and, of course, mobility and all.
Yes.
But do you have any ideas as to how you're going to get the team together to implement these ideas? Because you would need some sort of a team to work with.
Oh yes.
To carry.
I have a team. So the one, he is the sighted, but he is the childhood friend. He is really understand on the blind community or disability. And then another one I had that he also blind. He became blind around 16 years old. He is working for the computer programming.
Okay, that's good. And just one more question is, how do you, in terms of infrastructure and facilities that you would need, do you have any mind as to how you're going to get that organized?
Yes. In my opinion, for our blind people, in terms of infrastructure, so we really need for the transportation. In the building or in the house or in the other area, we can manage to go alone. But on the road, so we the public transportation, public places. In my opinion, blind people really need that.
And in terms of an office or some sort of an organization where you will run your outfit from, do you have any idea for that?
And somebody can explain what
you have a facility and office?
And now I haven't yet.
Okay.
Thank you, Paul. We're running short of time, so I have to really cut you there.
I'm done.
Much.
Thanks,
Yes.
Bon.
Yeah.
Thank
and
you.
Over to you, Manoj or Rohit. Yeah. Over to you, Rohit.
Okay, very inspiring story. So one really, key point that stuck out to me was when you went blind, there was a period of time where you were struggling to accept it.
Yes.
And I think that is key because there are a lot of people out there who face disability but have identity issues.
Yes.
So is there something that you've thought about? Because one part of the problem is helping them recognize and accept their identity, which means they then now are ready to look for opportunities to leverage and to move forward. So any ideas on how you would help speeden that process of acceptance?
Yeah, okay. The people who became blind in their age, especially the deaf or the older people. So I think we really need to encourage them. Being blind is not end of the life. We can do so many things. So for that, so we can give the example, who became blind maybe 30 years or 40 years old, even though they start their new life being blind, yeah?
Okay, so is there one thing that you would have liked to have during that time when you were going through this phase? What was one thing that could have helped you when you were going through this crisis or struggling?
For me?
Yes.
Okay, a very difficult thing is I cannot choose the clothes myself. Because I usually recognize with my eyes with the colors. So after I became blind, I cannot choose my clothes. It's the very difficult thing for me.
Okay.
It was.
Thanks, Bon. I'll just give it to Manoj now for the next question.
How is your name spelled?
B-O-N-E.
No.
The
How do you spell it?
Huh?
Bon?
Bon? Yeah.
Okay.
Bonsit.
Okay. How do you stand now, before Kanthari and now?
Before Kanthari and now? You mean?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So I can say now every my skill are gaining in Kanthari, including the English, including communication skill, and then my knowledge, including my knowledge, my skill, not only physically, the physically or psychologically, but I developed a lot in Kanthari. I never dreamed like that. Now my dream came true in Kanthari, and then Kanthari gave me some other dreams.
Well, great, Bon. Yeah, it was nice meeting you.
Yeah.
And you said you want to empower visually impaired in training and basic employment skills, all these things. Do you have any idea to ensure the job placement?
Oh, okay. But I didn't focus on specific job, but they can choose whatever job they want. Like if they want to work in an organization or company, they can go and apply. If they want to be a teacher or trainer, they can do that. And if they want to do the blogger or the YouTuber, they can start with their own ability, yeah?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just as a follow-up to what he asked, Bon, may I ask this? In many countries, there are a lot of job opportunities for the disabled and the blind, but very often we see that they don't take it as a challenge, to take up these jobs.
Yeah.
So what do you think you can do to bring about a change in that?
Okay, so yeah, it's the truth because blind people also, most of the time they want to stay in the comfort zone. So we need to take them to get out from them. So for that, we will through our training program, we will invite other blind people how they are working in their professional field, and then we will visit to another organization. So in terms of this kind of program, blind people can get that they can gain their confidence, and then the some blind people, they really want to work with the sighted people equally, yeah?
Okay. Is that all the panelists? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bon.
Thank you.
Big applause.
We have the next video.
So now we are watching the next short movie, which is again from Nepal, actually, from the very remote part of Nepal. It's Humla. So he's Chitup, he's visually impaired. Let's see what he's doing.
And before we begin the short movie, may I kindly request our audience who are seated behind to kindly come forward and fill up the empty seats. So when we take pictures, it look good, So we want to see all your pretty faces. Please. We have few more empty seats. You all can come back. Thank you. Don't feel shy. Great. So, shall we begin with the next short movie?
Yes.
My name is Chitup Lama. I'm from one of the most remote district of Nepal, Humla. When I was small in a local primary school, I was partially sighted. Humli, children with visual impairment especially, and persons with disability in general, they have no access to any means of services. I realized that I have to do something in my own place. On the basis of skills that I received from the inspiring training of Kanthari, I started Head Nepal in 2011. We went throughout the villages and identified children with visual impairment limited at their home, and we had trainings of daily living skills and braille reading and writing. We also include the parents of the children as well. They even don't have idea about how to grow up their young child with visual impairment. Well, May 2012, we started a residential training center. Here we have now 20 children, so they can build their confidence together. For totally blind and severely low vision, we have Braille reading and writing practice, and they can learn daily living skills, how to walk around because the geographical condition is very tough. So they have to learn, they have to know what techniques can be used in what particular circumstances. Along with that, they are getting computer training. The extracurricular activities like sports, music, and drawings like that.
मेरो नाम लक्ष्मी साई यहाँ आएपछि पढिरहेको छु अनि कम्प्युटर पनि सिकिरहेको छु नाच्छौँ गाउँछौँ अनि पछि पनि पढेर धेरै ठुलो
घरमा कति 11 जना थियौँ घरमा खाना कहिले पुग्दैन थियो कहिले पुग्थ्यो पहिला कहिले कहिले जान्थे कालासिल्ता स्कुल पहिला त सर पढ्दैन होला छोड्छु सोच्दै थिएँ
My name is छाया सुनार घरबाट हेर्ने नेपाल आउँदाखेरि हामीले कम्प्युटरको व्यवस्था छ पनि कम्प्युटरले बोलेर हामीले सुन्न पाएको छौँ
Had Nepal's children, first they crossed the 1 year, one educational year in Balmandi Secondary School. They haven't the eyesight, but they are listening and doing the all things which we provided into the classroom. Other students look everywhere. Had Nepal's children, they are focused on the teaching, learning activities.
And Head Nepal is one of the most energetic organization I have ever come across. What Chitap has achieved, first getting all the children from these remote villages, then bringing them here. I can't stop thinking what they would be doing if Chitap did not find them in all these villages.
The future of these children will be bright. But in the same time, there are so many of adult people with disability who are living with poverty and discrimination. We had chicken keeping training last year for 20 persons with disability. And also we have basic needs support service, disability information advisory services, radio programs, workshops, seminar, rallies, and public programs.
पढेर पछि म पनि सरहरु जस्तै पढाउन पाए हुन्थ्यो सोच्छु स्कुलमा
कम्प्युटरमा काम गर्न पाइदिए हुन्थ्यो
यहाँ बस्दाखेरि त कति कलाकार थियो भन्नु पर्छ
Head Nepal sees a Humla and a Nepal where all persons with disability are actively participated in all sectors of society with high position and respect.
Next, as our amazing speaker, we have an adventurous Anuba, who at the tender age of 17 encountered twists and fate in her life due to a very rare adversary. But guess what? Instead of just backing out, she decided to face these challenges, dance through these challenges, reshaping her outlooks and perspectives. So,
she is none other than Anuva from New Delhi, India. So let's put our hands together to welcome her on the stage.
Born in Vishakhapatnam, Shishir enjoyed spending the time outdoors, traveling and swimming. His love for the sea brought him to the merchant navy. He has cruised through the 7 seas. And the tragedy of it all is that the same water that once gave him so much joy has now taken away his independence. One poolside party, he fell into the pool and banged his head on the bottom, sustaining a spinal cord injury. He couldn't feel his body anymore. He was left paralyzed. It took him years to get back his lost confidence. Now, he continues his adventure sports, having recently done paragliding and scuba diving.
Now, how will he get up there? What disables him the most is the built environment and not his body limitations. Many are born with disabilities, while some acquire it later due to health conditions, accidents, or simply old age. When we look at someone who is disabled, we somehow only focus on their limitations, that the person cannot see, cannot hear. What we don't see is their abilities and what actually is limiting them. At the age of 17, I started experiencing the same. I was diagnosed with a rare genetic condition called muscular dystrophy. It's a condition that affects my movements due to weakness in upper and lower limbs. It is progressive in nature, which means it worsens with age. For now, I can walk independently, but maybe in future, I might need to use a wheelchair. Before, I used to do mountain treks. Now, I need to find out. And it's a huge battle for me. Before, I could easily step out of my house without any worries. Now, I need to find out, is there an accessible transport? How many floors the building has? How many steps? Is there a rail to hold or a lift to go? And still, many times I might have to cancel my plans. Later, I met other people living with similar conditions. And I was surprised that a few struggled to walk and balance, while a few were already using a wheelchair. This was when, in 2019, I founded Ayushkama Foundation, working for the welfare of muscular dystrophy people. And then, in 2020, came another shocking news for me. My younger brother got diagnosed with the same condition. It was tough for me to accept that he had to struggle through all that I do. But it also gave me a push. As an architect, I had to do something about it. I wanted to remove the barriers that existed. And you know that in my architecture school, I was never taught about barrier-free designing. I had to figure it out myself. I researched more and more, and I found out that only 3% of public buildings have become accessible in India. And you'll also be surprised that more than 25% of the entire population needs access to universally designed spaces. You might wonder, what actually is universal design? It's a design that can be accessed, understood, and used to the greatest extent possible by all users, despite their age, size, ability, or disability. Say, for example, a lift is now a universal design, as it can be used by a person who is using a wheelchair, a person who is using a crutch, a child, or an elderly, a pregnant woman, or a woman with a stroller, or even somebody who recently met with an accident. I researched, and I remember whenever I asked any restaurant owner about accessibility, I was told We don't have any disabled customers. Why do we need a ramp or a lift? And the question is, where are these people with disabilities? We don't see them in public often. Is it that we are afraid to venture out, or are the circumstances limiting us? I dig deeper and I found out that the accessibility laws and standards, they exist, but they're not implemented properly. Key elements such as ramps, lifts, accessible toilets, signages, they're often overlooked. And this usually leads to unusable features and a wasted budget. And one of the major reasons is lack of awareness amongst the key stakeholders like architects. And this was when I met Peter Gibson. He had known accessibility because he traveled with his wife, who uses a wheelchair. As a co-founder, I joined him to develop Enable Me Access. At EMA, we facilitate the use of accessibility in the built environment. We have 3 programs concerning 3 different stakeholders. First program, we train the designers, architects and engineers on accessibility standards and laws. We give them an experiential learning. An activity we do with them is to make them experience different disabling conditions, like using a wheelchair or being blindfolded. And then they are made to design a toilet as per their own needs. We also give them the tools for accessibility assessments. We give them the realistic solutions for retrofitting as well as new buildings. Second program we do is to identify the gaps in the legal framework. We work with the government on advocacy and enforcement of laws. We plan to develop an online platform that works for rectifying the compliances in the building plans at the stage of approvals. You might know that last year, the Member of Parliament, Shashi Tharoor, he met with an accident. And it was only then when he found out that the Parliament building is not accessible. It took him an hour to enter this building. And this is what gave me an idea to design Enable Me Access Race. It's our annual event where we'll be inviting the politicians, the real estate developers, and the designers, and also people with disabilities to come together. We'll make them simulate into different conditions, like getting old, or simply using a wheelchair. And they'll be asked to explore the whole city for one day. And by this, they will be rewarded and also filmed by the media. This is how we plan to make accessibility more attractive and visible. Our goal is to have people like me travel without any barriers. Here, I leave you all with a vision of a world accessible for all. Every infancy, childhood, or old age, an accessibility battle we have all to wage. And disability can hit us anytime, for many in our very prime. For enabling access, join us in our call to create spaces that equally benefit all. In unity strive, let inclusion bloom, a world accessible where all hearts have room. Where kids freely play, blind easily navigate, where to-be mothers move about, not at all afraid, where the elderly and disabled can independently roam, where the world for you and I, an accessible home. Thank you.
Thank you, Anubha. Would you like to start from here?
Yeah, nice meeting you. Anuba, to start with my experience recently, You have heard that there was a big program here in Kerala called Keraliyam.
Yes.
That was from November 1st to it was till
November.
6th. And every department was asked to make presentations for August audience from 2nd onwards. And social justice was on 4th, where Sabriya was also a speaker.
Yes.
What I want to tell you is, or tell to the audience also is, in the very beginning we told them to make every venue accessible for the person with disabilities. And on the 1st, November 1st, when we went and checked the venues, none of them was accessible. And when we asked, in government, everybody has got their own duties. So to making things accessible was a duty of the PWD. PWD means Public Works Department. So when I asked them why it is not accessible now, then they replied that your program is on 4th. That is, social justice was on 4th. So we will make it accessible on 4th. So they think, even today, they think this is the matter for the social justice only, not for the others. This was my experience. It was just came to my mind when we were speaking. Very good. You must be knowing the meaning of the word kanthari, right?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's a chili which grows in the backyard of Kerala homes, and
Great.
it's representing the fire.
What is your immediate plan to become a kanthari in your society?
So our project focuses more on building capacities of the stakeholders who are involved in the construction and development field. And we want them to be more, they have to be the change makers, because not only me can make that change. So we plan to do trainings for different set of stakeholders like architects, real estate developers, engineers, and also people with disability, as they are the real people who can understand the problem to the core. So we want them to make the change makers, and we plan to train, as of now we have trained 500 professionals. We plan to train more in the coming year.
Good work. But I would urge you to include this barrier-free in the curriculum or in the syllabus of architectural engineering, or similar to that, so that our upcoming students or tomorrow's engineers will learn more about it. That's what we are trying to do it in Kerala.
Yeah.
We have added some papers in the regular courses so that people come to know about it.
It's soon going to be a curriculum, as part of Council of Architecture is working towards it. So there is a change that we are seeing, but we need more and more people who has that right knowledge and can spread that forward.
Hi Anubhav, nice meeting you.
Hi.
Very good initiative, and I wish you all the luck, because soon, maybe 30, 40 years later, we all will need these ramps and universally accessible places, because we ourselves will need these, correct? Now, the first question that comes to mind is, isn't the National Building Code already in place, and does it not dictate all of these guidelines that need to be followed by every building? So how come architects do not follow this or do not know about this?
It is part of National Building Code, and as well as we have a harmonized guidelines and space standard that is compulsory as per the RPWD Act 2016. But the main thing what I believe is, apart from, it's not taught in architecture schools. Now there's slowly going to be a change, so they don't know much about accessibility. If you ask architect, most of them won't have any idea about they'll just know that we need to build a ramp. But there's so much more to accessibility, so that is one major thing. And of course, there is many times focus towards the aesthetics. You would have seen staircases which does not have a railing and gives a fancy look. So those things needs to be corrected, and I feel it's only 10% of the knowledge and 90% of the mindset that we need to change. So we'll be working more on the campaigns as well.
Okay. Are you doing anything related to tourism?
Yeah, we want to focus on accessible tourism. So we have planned an upcoming project, since Purple Fest is happening in Goa. So we are planning to make Goa more accessible for the tourists, as though we are organizing a festival in which a lot of people with disabilities are invited, but it's not very accessible. So we want to focus in that area.
Very good. So one suggestion that I would have for you is, one of the ways, one is to obviously do the work and make places accessible. But even information about whether places are accessible or not is quite scarce. So if you can build a voluntary group which does accessibility audits within their own vicinities, their own neighborhoods, soon we will have enough information to actually show that this is what the situation on the ground is. And also in case of tourism, you need to target states like Goa and Kerala, where tourism is a main revenue driver. So even in Kerala, I know there are some conversations going on about how do we make Kerala a more accessible tourist destination. So definitely get into those conversations and, hope to see your influence there.
Thank you for your suggestion. I agree.
Thank you so much, Ruth. Could we move on to our online panelist, Paul D'Souza?
Hi, Anuba.
Hi.
Good to connect again. Anuba, just one little small thing, an extension of what you just mentioned regarding aesthetics, and these fancy designs like staircases without railings and banisters. Okay, that would be one aspect. But when you have public things like these fast trains, and you have contactless soap dispensers and contactless taps and faucets,
Yes.
how accessible do you think those are for things? And do you think there should be some regulation as to what amount of freedom of design or how accessible should design be when compared to aesthetics that what is being pushed as of now?
So as we are pushing towards universal design, so the
Yeah.
design does not have to be maybe just convenient for a wheelchair user. So of course, if we talk about a blind person, that person might have difficulty using an automated dispensers, and lot of automated things at times become a trouble for them. So that is not a part of universal design anymore. So it has to be, what I believe is to be taken care for all disabilities. And aesthetics, what I say always is that previously in my architecture school, I remember we used to have a debate on whether the form follows function or the function follows the form. But I would say that the form always follow the function, and function should follow the needs of the all users, catering to all their needs. So,
That's true.
so aesthetics is a back end.
Yeah. Anyway, I think that's it, Anubhav.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anubha. Give her a big round of applause.
Good job, Anubhav.
Two of our catalysts, Ria and Chaco, had visited East Africa to visit several of our kantharis. And as part of the visit, they have also taken a couple of videos and about what the projects that they do. And one of the kanthari that they met was Samuel from 2014 kanthari batch. And let's have a look at this short video from Samuel.
We should not undermine our friends. We should take them the way they are. I always love a school where we are mixed, because people with disabilities are also the same like us. So better, it is good if we study together at one school.
My name is Samuel Odwa. I was raised up in a polygamous family. My father had 2 wives, and each one produced 11 children, so we were 22 in the family. And my father was just a peasant farmer. So each one of us was struggling. I think I'm the only one who actually completed when education at a certain higher level. I am a parent of a child with disability as well. Having this child with disability, I faced quite a number of challenges in the community. I was mocked up by so many friends of mine, And they gave me actually some wrong advices. That Samuel, a child with disability, why don't you take it to stay with your grandmother, something like that. And even my wife was actually forced then to leave. My child, Raphael, who is deaf, he has now grown up. He's now a man, I could say now a grown-up man. He's 17 years old. I saw how my parents were struggling how to raise up the children. But I said, no, for me, I want to be a different person. I want to raise up not only my children, but also other children. Yeah, also other children. That's why in the school, when I'm in the school here, they call me Baba, which means father. I am the founder and director of Thumbs Up Uganda. Thumbs Up Uganda is an organization that works with parents and children with disability. We have realized that the biggest needs that parents do have was the needs to educate their children with disability. That is why we came up with a very inclusive school, and we said the Thumbs Up Academy, which is a very special school that addresses the needs of children with disability in the school together with other children without disability. Our major focus here is to help children learn how to associate with one another, socialize with one another, and also get educated together in the same setting. We decided in 2015 to start something small and started teaching. Personally, started teaching children, 7 children here in the school, and it was just like a sort of one room. And right now, as I talked last year, we have 182 children in the school, and out of 182 children, there were 68 with disability. The rest are without disability, all learning at the same pace.
My name is James. I study at Thumbs Up Academy. My class is P5 class. And I want to be doctor.
What do you like to do with your friends in the dorm?
Telling some story. Yeah.
Who tells the funniest stories?
Sometimes me.
Okay. So our Catalyst team members are also visiting the Kanthari project, which shows like a great bonding between the team and the participants that continues, yeah? And we are happy Riya and Chaka are coming on March in Nepal, finally. Yeah. Okay, so, you know, Priya, like, yeah, again, I wanted, like, it's about reflecting also, right? So one of the things that made me independent in life after getting blind was learning technology. You know, that really gave me independence. But also one thing I regret, and a lot of times Riya makes a joke, I mean, but that's a necessary joke, is I don't know Braille. I could not learn it, but which would have been so important for me. So our next speaker actually highlights the importance of technology and also not leaving Braille literacy behind. So
let's welcome Wilfred from
Liberia.
Have you ever been pushed against the wall by circumstances? When I was born, I was sighted. Until later, at the end of my primary education, and at age 10, I began to experience severe pain in my right eye that led me to undergo a major surgery. And slowly, I went blind in both eyes. It was on a fateful Saturday morning. I woke up from bed and opened the wooden door of the bedroom that I shared with my brothers. I crept out through the hallway with my right hand stretched out, listening around quietly, and carefully opened the front door. And I walked out. Few steps later, I could feel that there was a well right in front of me. I feel the brim of the well, and I realized that it was open. I climbed over it and jumped. While falling, I thought in my mind that my life that was full of depression was finally over. Fortunately for me, I survived. When I heard the voice of my mother screaming and crying out for help, few minutes later, I was rescued. And I heard my mother blasted at me. Didn't I tell you not to come out alone? You have killed yourself. Why if God was not with you? Sadly, she never knew that there was my plan to take away my own life. The news about a blind boy that fell into an open well spread all over the region of Monrovia. And few months later, 2 administrators from the School for the Blind came to fetch me at my home. They encouraged my mother and I that I can go to school again, attending the blind school. At first, my mother refused. At last, she let me go. And this was my first encounter to meet people who were blind like myself. At the blind school, I learned mobility, using the white cane to navigate my environment and finding my pathway independently and detecting objects. At the blind school, I had many friends. Just in one day, I learned to feel and read Braille with my fingers. I could feel like ordinary boy. And now I believe that I wasn't the only blind person in the universe. Few years later, I graduated from the blind school with a certificate in Braille literacy and manual typewriting. And this was the beginning of my stress of carrying a huge and heavy mechanical typewriter along with a backpack full of Braille books on my back. From home to school and from school to home. Can you imagine 9 years ago when many of you were enjoying modern technology, we the blind in Liberia were stuck in the analog form of communication. We learned to use the manual typewriter as a form and medium of communication between us, blind students, and sighted teachers. And this is the situation that every blind person across Liberia had to go through. And with me not being of exception, I had to go through this situation throughout my entire high school education and up to university level. After acquiring my first degree, I thought in my mind that it was about time for me to walk away from the analog form of communication and venture out in the technology space. I applied to a local computer school in Monrovia. I was not accepted only because there was not a single teacher who could train a blind person how to use computer along with speech synthesizers. I therefore found an opportunity of a scholarship outside Liberia. I applied and soon found myself studying in Johannesburg, South Africa, where I acquired a certificate of the basics in computer. I returned to Liberia, West Africa, and established a one-room computer lab where I now find myself connected with blind colleagues. It was fun to see us together as blind peers as we move slowly towards the digital age.
3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome to the digital age. The digital age.
Pushing the blind to get out of the cage. Get out of the cage.
Equipping the blind with a technical mind.
Technical mind. Leave behind the analog stage.
Leave behind the analog stage.
The digital age.
You might wonder how the blind use the computer. The voices you just heard are different speech synthesizers called screen reader. A synthesizer is an audio software that enables the blind user to adequately and independently read every information on the screen of a computer. In Liberia, we have arrived at the digital stage. And you might think that we are fully participating, right? Unfortunately, the road is still bumpy. In spite of all technology, there is still a huge gap to bridge. And this is the problem my organization, Zulutech, want to solve. Today, with all the opportunities and the skills and the tools that I have acquired from Kanthari, I am taking a scroll back to Liberia and transform my one-room computer lab to Zulutech, a residential home of computer sciences, where the blind will learn to gain or regain their confidence and purpose through the digital space. And in 5 years, I envision a nation where the blind person can become a computer hardware technician, software engineer, sound and audio editors, and even computer programmers. I envisage a nation where a blind person can acquire a job of his or her choice and qualification and not sympathy. Talking about the digital age, many of you might ask me a question, but what about Braille? Is Braille redundant? No way, no way. Braille is the only true form of making the blind person literate. Wait a minute. This is a Braille computer. It doesn't speak, but it sounds like a champagne for the blind. Did you hear it? Everything that you can read on the screen of your computer can also be translated on my screen into 8 dots computer Braille. And this is what we need to read precisely with our fingers. Every blind child in Liberia should have a device like this in order to be fully able to participate in the digital age. But the problem is, this equipment is very expensive, and the blind in my country cannot afford it. So therefore, we need a revolution to design assistive technology that are cost-effective and of high quality.
Here we go again. Welcome to the second round.
Where the blind compete with braille and sound.
If you are a technical mind, fight with us to empower the blind. If you are a technical mind, fight with us to empower the blind. Fight with us to empower the blind. Fight with us to empower the blind.
Fight with us to empower the blind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Over to a quick Q&A from maybe this time with Paul. Paul D'Souza starting with? Okay.
Priya, I'm not sure you can hear me because I lost most of the
Very
sound.
well. We can hear you now.
Hey, okay. Wilfred, that's a fantastic story. And I'm going to ask you a similar question that I asked Bone, is that how do you intend getting a team in place to do what you want to do?
Okay. I already have a team because I started this work 9 years ago.
Lovely.
And the only thing I'm going to do is to improve on my team or to increase the number or to add more qualified members of my team. But I already have a team. I have a 7-person team, including myself.
Now, Paul, are you... Okay, can we move on to you, Manoj, maybe? Or to you, Rohit?
So Wilfred, hi.
Hi.
Nice meeting you again.
Thank you, a friend.
So how much time do you think it would take for a student who doesn't know Braille, who probably is cleared primary education, to get these skills that you want them to have? How much time will it take for one student?
In specifically Braille?
Braille, and then introducing them to the computer and the digital age?
Okay, so for the computer, it would take us roughly 6 months. First, we used to do 9 months, but for our new dispensation, we are reducing to 6 months because it's going to be more intensive as compared to the past. So I believe that within 6 months, a blind person can be able to navigate a computer, understanding the requisite screen reader, and using the keyboard, and getting over how to send and receive emails, and etc. But when it comes to Braille, Braille is more difficult for a blind person to learn than a sighted person.
Okay.
So the reason is a blind person needs, number one, a good touch, a better touch, a training in your touch.
Okay.
And you need a retentive memory as a blind person to go through Braille. So it would take a blind person roughly 1-2 years to get to fully reading and writing Braille.
Okay.
As compared to a sighted person.
Okay, and then at the end of this whole exercise, what kind of jobs do you think that they'd be able to do as well?
We are not limiting them to a particular job. This is why we said, if you listen to part of my speech, I said a job of their choice. Okay? So a blind person can even become a minister. A blind person can become a director. A blind person can become a classroom teacher, like myself. Okay, prior coming to Kanthari, I served as a lecturer at 3 different universities. That has been my dream, teaching people who can see. Okay, so based on their dream, they can go into any job. But first of all, they should have the requisite skills and qualification.
Right.
Hi, Wilfred. Very inspiring journey from a well-developed career, right? See, it's an inspiring story
Yeah.
from a well to a well-developed career.
Okay, yes, of
Okay.
course it is.
Yeah.
If I have left in a well, I wouldn't have been in Kanthari today. Yes.
What I would like to ask you is, if you teach or train the person with visual disabilities in computers,
Yeah.
the next job is to place them in somewhere, right?
Yeah.
And in that place, they may not have this speech synthesizer or any speaking software or anything. So you understand my question? Suppose you are going to place a person who are trained at your institute,
Yeah.
and that place may not have a speech synthesizer, or that may be a regular place. Okay, an office, a private or government office. You understand?
Yeah, I get
And
your
their
point.
computer may not be connected with a speech synthesizer or an audible software.
Okay.
May not be. Usually, you can't see such kind of facilities in a normal environment.
Okay.
Okay. So what will you do in such?
Okay, thank you very much. In the first place, if you are employed, let me ask you this question. When you are employed, isn't it your job site or the administration of your job give you the requisite tools to work with effectively on your job?
Yeah.
So that's the same with the blind. When you employ the blind person, it's incumbent upon you, or it is your responsibility as the employer to give that blind person the available tools that will make them to be effective and efficient on their job. So we are going to negotiate with every employer that yes, even though this person has been employed, but the person needs screen reader on their computer. Okay, and most importantly, the screen reader nowadays, we have a lot of free screen reader like NVDA, No Vision Desktop 8. So before a blind person be employed from our center, we will ensure that the person have the screen reader to their, available to them. Most especially NVDA that is very free of charge.
Great.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, I am hearing.
Okay, sorry. So if, Paul, sorry, you missed parts of the speech you mentioned, and if you have any more last questions, Paul, you can feel free to ask now. We have still a couple of minutes left. Are you online?
One sec. I am online. Okay. I have to
Okay.
log-
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, one more topic. I'm also going back to Braille again. Is there any way around Braille? Because I've had a big discussion recently with a person who's very influential in this field of assistive technology, and he says we need to make go with things like screen readers only, and Braille is basically obsolete because teachers can't teach in Braille, and most stuff is not accessible in Braille, and of course hardware is not always available and affordable. So any way around that, Wilfred?
Yes, I'm aware of the inavailability of Braille in many countries, especially my country, Liberia, West Africa. It is very difficult to acquire this equipment. Like the machine I was just demonstrating, I bought it here in India during my stay here at Kanthari. Okay, so if you compare India with other countries like the US, Great Britain, and other countries, India is far, far way more cheaper when it comes to Braille material. So as I am even leaving from here and returning to my country, I'm going to liaise with partners, okay, that will procure all our assistive devices and materials from India, okay? Because India, with comparison, India is far, far more less. I think India is not into more profit. They are into the social aspect of making the blind person more equipped than other countries. So that is one thing I'm very sure of. But it's expensive in a lot of countries.
Yeah, and at least you've confirmed that it's very relevant, Wilfred, and that's very important.
Yes, it is. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Wilfred. That's
So-
fantastic.
Wilfred, one last question before we let you go.
Yeah.
So at some point, with all these skills and trainings that you are trying to impart, do you think that there could be in the future a small group of people, blind, visually impaired, who could help you build new products that you may need?
Yes.
Is it possible?
That's why we're including a hardware technician, where the blind person will learn to assemble disassemble and reassemble a computer, a PC. So we could also graduate from that stage and go into making our own products, okay? Producing our own products. It's possible, okay? There's an institution that I visited in India here during the field trip. People were there working and making braille machines with their hands, and I got very much impressed. Right. So in the near future or in the far future, we could incorporate that where blind people will produce their own white canes right in Liberia instead of importing white canes and all of our assisted devices.
Okay. Wow, thank you. All the best to you, Wilfred.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Wilfred. Thank you. Thank you so much. And before we move on to our next session, we have a short break of 30 minutes. And we resume our talk. Our next talk will be at 4:10. So as I said in the morning, please try to be here 5 minutes prior to the speech so that we could start right on time. So
we request all the audience to be here by 4, I think.
Yes.
Yeah? So see you all at 4.
I need to quickly go do some work.
Can you give my phone? Your phone? Yeah, it's with you, yeah? My phone.
Anan.
Okay. Can I have it? Are we going now or?
So it's at 4:10. So what time do we go?
Stop what?
4:10 is the speaker coming. So maybe
4:10 is the talk.
Oh, then we should.
Is your microphone on?
Hello. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
May we have your attention, please? Yes, we need that round of applause.
And just a small request, the audience who are seated behind, we would request you all to just keep coming forward and not to leave any empty spaces so that we encourage our speakers and they see you all much closer to them. So kindly request you all to just move a little forward. Yeah, that would be a great encouragement for your fellow Kantharis. Thank you. Yes, Srishti?
Yeah.
So now moving on to session 3, which is the marginalized group. Okay, now we have our offline panelists. We have Archana Gopinath here. Please welcome Archana.
We welcome you, Archana.
She is a dedicated social entrepreneur renowned for founding 2 impactful community initiatives in Trivandrum, the Reading Room and Where in Trivandrum. The Reading Room stands as a vibrant community space fostering creative expression and discussions. With a special focus on children, it hosts workshops cultivating communication skills and a love for literature, envisioning a future generation of empathetic community leaders. Simultaneously, Archana spearheads Where in Trivandrum, a dynamic and popular Facebook group, facilitating mutual assistance among members on various Trivandrum-related matters. As a TEDx speaker, Archana passionately drives these projects to create inclusive spaces and nurture a sense of community in Trivandrum. We welcome you here today.
We welcome you, Archana.
We have now Avnish. Welcome, Avnish, known as a selfish philosopher, is the visionary founder of Leprosy, a verdant oasis designed to unlock individual potentials. As a motivational speaker and happiness expert, our niche with a background in medicine specialized in clinical psychology and philosophy. Serving as a consultant and mentor for state and central government projects, he champions individualism, emphasizing internal reality over external factors. Currently pursuing an interpersonally disciplined PhD on consciousness, Avanish fervently believes in the boundless possibilities of the human mind, dedicating himself to guiding others on their transformative journeys within Leprosy uplifting green space. Welcome.
Welcome you, Avanish. Thank you for being with us.
Next, we have here Anson PD. Anson PD Alexander is a visionary director and founder of Kanal, a Kerala-based NGO dedicated to empowering children. Anson's passion propels Kanal's mission to inspire hope, ignite imagination, and nurture dreams. Under his leadership, Kanal has orchestrated impactful campaigns, gaining recognition in national and regional newspapers. Motivated and skillful, Anson adeptly addresses challenges faced by children today. Kanal focuses on preventing child marriage, gender sensitization, sex education, and mental rehabilitation for sexual violence survivors. Anson and Kanal actively consult on numerous government, non-government, and CSR projects, making a significant impact on children's life. We welcome you, Anson.
We welcome you. Thank you for being with us.
We have now one online panelist, Priya Joshi, my namesake. She's a leader with more than 20 years across industries and deep experiences in organization strategy, transformation, and capacity development. She understands diverse food cultures, contemporary food systems, and the impact on social and economic issues. Priya is an engineer and an alumni of the University of Gastronomic Sciences in Italy. She is the co-founder of FoodWise, an organization in India working towards strengthening food-producing communities, enhancing access to good food, and preserving our food cultures. We welcome you, Priya.
Welcome you, Priya.
Thank you for having me. As a next speaker, we have a strong personality, a lioness right from Kenya. She's a person sweet and strong, a great project manager. Every time people wanted to give up, you could hear a sigh.
Oh, Mary.
Please
So we
welcome.
have Mary. So let's put our hands together for Mary from Kenya.
Slum Tours. Book your space.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Kibera slums. This is the largest slum in Africa. Well, take a look at these homes. You know, this is here, there, you know, this is where the locals live. A single house often accommodates around 10 people. Many are sleeping on the floor. The living conditions are extremely poor. No toilets, you know, no people surviving on less than $1 a day. Look there. You know, that's a group of young people from the slum. They usually spend their days here. Nobody knows what they're up to. They're probably into drugs. Well, anyway, so please be careful. Keep your phone safe in your pockets, right? This is a hotspot for crime. But don't worry, we'll be safe because we're accompanied by a local, or as we call them, a homeboy.
Slum tourism, the latest trend in Nairobi, is rising. Hotels are offering tourists a glimpse into the harsh reality and authentic poverty and inhuman living conditions. Isn't that a great idea? But what is happening here? Slums are making money out of people suffering. Slum dwellers are being used as exhibits, just like in a human zoo. I remember it like yesterday when I had to make the first tough decision after high school. My parents could not afford to take me to higher education, and I knew, judging from what had happened to my sisters, I had two options. I stay under the care of my mother, hopefully waiting for a husband to show up, or do something with my life. At the age of 18, I ran away from home. I remember sitting at the bus, looking through the window, so lost in my thoughts and afraid of the future. But one thing was very clear, that going back was not an option. Kibera, the biggest slum in Africa, was my destination. Life in a slum is not easy, and so was Kibera. Is it about the living conditions that you have just seen? The overcrowded shacks that accommodate more than 8 people? Or the sewages that run right in front of the shack? Or should I just tell you the struggles that I had to go through to sustain this kind of life? But it was not that bad at all. Soon I made friends, girls and boys who had faced the same fate as mine. Drug abuse, commercial sex, and crime became a way of life. Life was fun until one day, when I escaped arrest during a police raid that led 2 of my friends to jail. Was this the life I was running away to? Was this the future I wanted for myself? Again, I had to make a decision. I got myself a job as a housemaid outside Kibera. And against my boss's wish, I could sneak to a nearby computer school to learn basic computer skills. And for sure, this became my game changer. Soon, entering better paying jobs, I started saving. And 9 years after high school, I was able to join the university for hospitality management. This was my way to escape the slum. But what about the others? Some enroll in trainings provided by other institutions in the slums, but they usually don't stay for long. Most of them drop out. Either they have a problem with the structure, or they feel studying time is wasted time. Why not make money the usual slum way? And for those who want more than training, the hotel industry appears to be a very attractive escape route. And this is for obvious reasons. Growing in a slum means living and eating in very unsafe conditions. The dream of working in a hotel with very beautiful beds and clean bathrooms, it sounds like a luring call to the world of wealth. But what about the hotels? They sell it as a win-win. We will give casual jobs to the slums youths who have no skills, and they will get cheap labor during peak seasons. What the youth overlook is the dark side of this engagement. Long working hours with low pay, sexual harassment, toxic working relationship, and a top-down approach by both the management and sometimes the customers. My experience in hotel management gave me an insight to all this. I later had a chance to work as a trainer in a conventional hospitality training college. This made me understand the gaps that we all face when it comes to preparing the youth to this reality. 2 years ago, I started a school training marginalized youth in hospitality and linking them with job opportunities. Our center is in the slum, and here lies the problem. Our beneficiaries are endangered in falling back to their old habits. During a training here at Kanthari, I had a concept transformation that has led to the birth of my new organization, Twajali. Twajali is a Swahili word which means we care. And for sure we care. Not only for providing opportunities to the slum dwellers, but also the transformation of the hotel industry. We aspire to create a world where marginalized youth from the slums will not just be seen as exhibits promoting poverty tourism, where they are not going to be seen as low job fillers during low peak season, but a world where they will be treated with dignity as potential contributors to a diverse and a resilient community. To achieve this vision, the first step I intend to take is to move the center away from the slum. This will give our trainees another exposure to another way of life. We will also provide holistic training using experiential learning methods. But what do I mean when I say holistic training, experiential learning methods? Let me take you through our curriculum. We will divide our curriculum into 6 parts. And just like in a candlelight dinner, we will start with the first course, the appetizer. To stimulate the appetite for the course, our beneficiaries will be involved in group activities that will help promote their conflict management and team skills. This will also give them a chance to decide whether they want to stay or not. And now, with the stimulated appetite, it is the perfect time to serve the soup. Tojali soup will be something special, specifically made for the trainees. Our beneficiaries using our hotel model will have bad and good experience. Again, giving them a chance to decide, is this something I want to know more? We may all know a salad is not a favorite of everyone, but it is healthy, right? Tojali salad will be about critical thinking and creative action, questioning the status quo, going against the unethical hotel norms. At least by the end of the course, our beneficiaries will understand that it is okay not to be everyone's darling. And so, you may wonder, what is our main course? This is the core of our curriculum. Our beneficiary will get a detailed and diverse training when it comes to hospitality and its various aspects. Our main course will also include an apprenticeship that will give the beneficiaries a chance to align to their interest. At the same time, they will learn. They earn as they learn. And now, with a full stomach, what next? Tojali's dessert. This will be a welcome back from the apprenticeship. Basically, this is our dreamland, an idea factory where the beneficiaries will start sharing. Should I choose the path to employment? Or now that I have the tools and the skills, can I just open my wings and fly? Fly as far as they can take me. And I can tell you, amidst this discussion, you will only wish for one thing.
Excusez-moi, madame. Digestif.
The exit plan. Just like coffee after a good meal, our beneficiaries now will be alert and very focused to venture the world. At Tojali, we will not measure success with only the number of beneficiaries who will get jobs in hospitality industry. What is very important to us is how many are able to use the tools and the skills and are confident enough to create a world for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Moving on to our Q&A. Shall we start with our online panelists, if you don't mind? We'll have the question from Priya Joshi.
Yes, sure, thank you. Can you hear me all right, all of you?
Very well.
Great. Well, first of all, Mary, many congratulations on such a fantastic speech. Both Srijata and I so wish that we were with you in person today, with all of you, but thank you for including us online.
Thank you.
I have one question, Mary. I mean, your own story of growth and how far you have come is already so courageous and so inspiring. And you have already created a program in the slum, which in itself is a very, very difficult thing to do. I mean, I cannot imagine how difficult. My question is actually about the apprenticeship program which you have included within your training, which I think is an excellent idea. I wanted to ask you, do you have any ideas at this stage for how these apprenticeship opportunities can be created? Because they will need to be created within hotels, isn't it?
Yes.
The beneficiaries will need to have an assignment like an internship in a hotel. Do you have any ideas for how you will do it? Is it something you have already attempted to do before in the current program?
Oh, yes. What we have done, what we are intending to do is we are going to expose using the exposure visit and field visit. Our beneficiaries will get a chance to go and meet what the hotels are doing. This will also give them a chance to interact maybe with the hotels which are there and try even to get opportunities for themselves. The last phase of apprenticeship will give them a chance, now that they have identified the hotels out there, they will be getting chances from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. They go and work to the hotels. They come on Monday, and we have, because we have done that in the past, they have a chance to interact with us. So after some time, when they are almost 1 month, then they will go for a whole month in the apprenticeship, having identified and tested some few hotels to know which hotel would I want to align myself with and what is my area of interest.
Thank you.
Great, that's excellent. I have one small suggestion, Mary.
Yes.
Which is after you serve the digestive and do the exit plan, if you would consider calling it the launch plan instead of the exit plan, because I know they are exiting from the training, but you're really launching them into the world of the hotel industry.
Thank you. Thank you.
Best of luck.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Shall we start with the panelists who are here? Maybe with Archana. You can go ahead.
Hello, Mary,
Hello.
and many congratulations for what you're doing. You were saying one of your first steps is to move out of Kibera.
Yes.
When you move to have you identified a new space to move, a new city or?
Yeah, that is one of the things that I have got here from Kanthari. All along I was thinking the best idea is to have a school in the slum. So after the concept transformation, I got to understand, first of all, it will give us a very conducive environment for training. And I have said that these beneficiaries will know another life because we are growing knowing that the slum life is the life. So this will also give them a chance, apart from a conducive environment of training, to experience what else happens. So I'm currently looking for places, and when I go back after Kanthari, we are closing the center where we are, moving out of the slum.
Okay, so you're yet to identify where you're moving to. And do you have a team of trainers for your curriculum? How does that work, and how many years is this training that you do?
Kanthari, I have developed a curriculum right here in Kanthari,
Okay.
and I'm having a team on ground ready. So when I go back, it's just training the team about the curriculum that we have developed here.
And how many years is the training for your beneficiaries?
In a year, we do 2 batches, 6 months, 6 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
Over to our next panelist.
Hi, Mary. It was a very appetizing presentation, especially with all the food sounds. I'm already hungry. So, see, you said that the current hospitality personnel are underpaid. They have a very toxic work environment. And you apparently are going to train a more sophisticated group of potential employees who would demand a higher pay. Right? So, when the ecosystem is already overflowing with so many people who are ready to work for a cheaper pay, who would hire your people, one? And two, as we understand, the hospitality industry is a very demanding and thankless industry, where, as you rightly said, the customer is the queen or the king. And that is where you are introducing your employees who have activistic tendencies saying that, okay, we are not here to please everybody, who would hire such employees with an attitude?
Okay. First of all, I'll say, when I said the two things that I want to do, one is transform the hotel industry as we are giving job opportunities to the youths, right? So that is the norm, that is the current, and I'm happy that you agree that is what is happening. And what we are doing, the beautiful thing is to make a choice. One thing that we are doing, and the problem that is there with the current training institutions that I was part of is nobody will tell the beneficiaries that you will get low pay. You will do this and this. If you express these youths to the training, the challenges in the first stage of training, they will be able to make a choice. And the beautiful thing is to make a choice. So if they decide, if they feel, no, this is not the kind of life that I want, then we will have trained them that working in the hotel industry with the different sectors which are there is not the only solution. There are so many other things you can do with the skills that you are going to get. So they really don't have to end up in the hotel industry.
So many things like what?
Yes.
You said if hospitality is not,
yes.
What else? Like my question is, okay, if they get disillusioned, if they don't get picked, would you ensure their employability? How will you prevent them from going back to their previous slum life where labor is very easy, even though it is low pay?
Okay, so if I can give one example, hospitality, I'll just give one unit of hospitality. It involves preparing meals, cooking, right? And those are the people we know they work in the hotel as chefs. You can use your skills as a chef to become an entrepreneur, to employ yourself, to cook the food and sell. Do you really need an hotel? If I am satisfied with an hotel, then I can use my skills as a chef and start my own small business. And that is why entrepreneurship will be one of the models of training.
Thank you. Can we move on to our last question from you?
Hi Mary, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. I like your presentation very much. It's awesome.
Thank you.
I don't have much questions, but I have a doubt. Whether in your curriculum have you included any technical trainings like plumbing, electrical works, or anything? Because always there will be some demand from the from the market for the technical or skilled people. Are you included any such things in your training?
Yes, yes. In our main course, our trainees will get both, apart from the basic technical trainings when it comes to hospitality industry, they will be introduced to basics of plumbing, basics of building and construction, so that even when I am working in the maintenance part of the hotel, because the hotel industry also needs these parts, needs these types of skills. So when I train in a hospitality school, I don't need to end up as a chef only. I can end up as in maintenance and repairing for the same industry. So we will have the detailed, including all these aspects. It will be there.
Okay, fine. For the first phase, it is fine. But when we are going or when we are moving forward, definitely they may require some sort of certifications and all. So do you have any such collaboration, or are you planned any such collaboration with some universities or any bodies or technical bodies for giving such certifications?
In the meantime, we are having our own way of grading. Maybe in future we will consider.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Mary. This information is for our panelists who are right here. So we decided in the morning to show a short film of all the Kanthari graduates who have gone from here and whose talk that you've been hearing now, we've been hearing this for the last 9 years. They go back and they make the projects come true. So we like to show a short video of a Kanthari graduate from 2019, which was filmed by two of our catalysts, Chaco and Ria. So let's have a short film for 5 minutes before we move on to our next speaker. Thank you.
I'm really a passionate sportsman. During my childhood, sport was something that could give me joy, could make me happy, could connect me with others. So I was this very small boy, a very tiny boy, very talented. I love football, and I had a very big dream of playing for my country, playing for national level, international level. That is something that I really desired as a child. I was playing very well. I was selected to represent the district, but it was all about the body build. You have to be somebody who is physical, very strong. No one was looking at the skill, the talent somebody has. So our coaches did not look at me as someone who can outcompete others. So I was dropped out of our football team. So it was something that really pained me a lot. And I related this to our brothers and sisters with disabilities. I saw like during our time also we have been segregating them. We did not give them any opportunity to participate in sports. My name is Musema Farouk. I'm the founder of Abiti Sports Africa. Abiti Sports Africa is an organization that uses sports as a platform for social inclusion, advocacy on issues regarding disability. So what we do there is we empower teachers with the skills and knowledge of how to integrate disability programs in their daily programs, their daily sporting activities, so that they don't leave out our children with disabilities when it comes to physical literacy. And also in the community, because we have community coaches, so we are also training them with the knowledge of inclusion. So we have already trained about 40 community coaches with the knowledge of adaptive games and sports. Also, we look at supporting also parents for children with disabilities. So currently we have supported about 20 mothers with income-generating activities so that they can at least earn income and take care of these children. When it comes to the league, we have more than 180 children who participate in this league. The secret about this program, it is backed by the community. Parents are the one supporting. You know, something which is done by the community stays for long. This is the only league that is running in Uganda currently for children in the community. And we are really proud of that. You find out of the league, when they are homes, they play with each other. They play a very good game. The attitude of the children without disabilities towards those with disabilities has completely changed. And we are really happy. The coaches, their attitude they have changed. Actually, most of them, they want to associate with children with disabilities right now.
Yeah, ability sports is now part of my life. There's no way. As long as I'm still alive, I'm going to give a hand and support. Like our deaf team, they play. You need to see how they play. So I'm like a father now to them. I cannot disappear and run in. Even if I go where, my hand will still be with ability sport.
We have a very strong concept of reverse inclusion. The reverse inclusion is because, you know, in our community, people think about inclusion. Oh, let's make ramps for people with disabilities. Oh, let's ensure that people with disabilities, they are in class. So with reverse inclusion, we empower people with disabilities or children with disabilities to include. So they take up leadership roles, they take up initiatives in their hands. All the responsibilities will be in their hands. So they will be the one now involving their peers without disabilities in their program. We had a program last year, Inclusion Festival. We gave opportunity for people in the community to come and play the different disability sports. Many changed their mindset about disability, and a number of people pledged to work with people with disabilities, and that is what we want.
Srishti, do you know what albinism is? Isn't it when your skin turns white?
No. That's vitiligo. Albinism is something else. And I think better than me, our next speaker can highlight on this. I think we can put our hands together to invite Abel from Nigeria.
You're evil. You're useless. You're a ghost. You can do nothing. These were words I grew up hearing from my grandmother, my friends, my neighbor, my teachers. Because they believe, at a point, I believed that I myself, I will be nothing because I was born with albinism. Born with albinism in Taraba State, Nigeria, I faced discrimination, stigmatization, and poverty. Sometimes I walked the distance, even barefooted, just to get education. Feast to feast was my answer from the bully. I continued fighting every day in the class because of those who were bullying me. One day, my sister was also born with albinism. The news got to my father, and he was very furious. Upon a slight argument with my mother, he decided to pick up a stone, throw it at her, it hit her, and she became unconscious. Upon recovery, she decided that it was time for me to leave Anan village to study in the city for further education. While in the city, I struggled to complete my education, that's my high school, my polytechnic, and the university. What is then albinism? Albinism is a genetic condition with lack of melanin in the eyes, hair, and the body. The condition of this albinism often comes with difficult conditions, which includes poor vision, skin cancer, and then, if only exposed to the sun. The issues of albinism or the prejudice is also deeply rooted in cultural beliefs, superstitions, and also myths. Persons with albinism suffer a lot in the society. In Nigeria, it is estimated that we have about 4 million persons suffering with this condition, and the rate of unemployment is also very high. I always wanted to integrate into the society, and therefore I'm one of those who still have the visual abilities and strong enough to be able to drive. So I decided that I was going to be a taxi driver. Early in the morning, I pick up my car to go to the taxi spot. It was a Toyota Corolla, which is more fancier than the rest of the cars parked there. And on arrival, a lot of passengers will come, see me, peep into my car, and then saw me as a person with albinism and quietly walk away. The drivers who were there also tried to convince them, and they will also gather and say, "Go away from us. We know you're going to crash the car." But that was not true, because I had the ability to drive. I continue until 1 week later, which I was able to get my first passenger. And as weeks passed by, I also got over 500 passengers, and some of them also became my friends. You might be wondering why I call it an experiment. I never wanted to be a taxi driver completely all my life, but I wanted to gauge the understanding about albinism in the society. I also want to gauge the level of confidence I have, and I also want to test the knowledge of issues of albinism and what the society knows. I also concluded that a lot of persons in the society did not know about albinism, and or they do not have even the knowledge about albinism. However, a conversation, simple conversation or explanation can only melt away hearts, and it can also change decision about how they feel about these special people. Upon realization of this, I also decided, and I also look at the society and I discover that even my passengers had the same blood that flowed in them, and it was the same blood that also flowed in me. Therefore, I compiled a simple song, and the song simply goes like this.
The same joy that we have, the same pain that we share, you and I, is this feelings that really makes us who we are. Why can't we live as one? Come, let us live as one. Black or white is the harmony. Let's put away the acrimony. The color of your heart, the color of my heart, the color of our heart is one.
Finally, after the realization of these facts that we've just said, I decided that it was time for me to be able to change the negative perceptions in the society. Therefore, I decided that one of the best things to do is for me to become a volunteer with an organization called the Albino Foundation. Later, while in Kanthari for training, I decided to found an organization called Karan. Karan simply means Center for Albinism Right and Empowerment Network. Here, we envision a society where no one is left behind. We are also on a mission to change the negative perceptions about albinism and to also change what the society is feeling about these people. This we intend to do it in 4 ways. 1, inclusive education. At this place, we are talking to teachers about issues of albinism. We are also providing assistive devices to help persons with albinism with their issues in academics and schools. The second one is health. Here, we are informing persons with albinism about the type of clothing that they can wear, and they are able to protect themselves on skin cancer. The third one is justice. We understand that persons with albinism are being marginalized and discriminated in many places like schools, job opportunities, even the house of worship, including their own personal houses. Therefore, we are working with lawyers who will help to handle the issues of justice, and we will provide links that these services can be offered pro bono. The last one is empowerment opportunities. Here, we are trying to inform persons with albinism about a particular type of jobs that can help them to stay out of sun, because sun is the #1 enemy they have. And this, we have suggested some of the jobs, which include farming that are not exposed to the sun, like the night farming. Secondly, the ICT skills. And thirdly, we talk about the taxi driving. This is only for those who still have the visual ability to be able to navigate the roads, and those who are able to pass the regulatory tests that certify them to drive. Additionally, we are also talking to families of persons with albinism and other persons in the community, so that we inform them about other famous persons with albinism who, through this necessary support, have been able to reach the top of their career. One of them is Salif Keita. He is a musician from Mali. Salif Keita became famous with his band, and today he's known all over in Africa as the golden voice of Africa. The second person is Overstone Kondowe from Mali. He became famous by fighting for the rights of persons with albinism, and also through that he was able to be elected as an MP of his country. All these are possible if we are able to support persons with albinism, and we are able to also look at them as one another who have who they can be able to achieve what they want in the society, and they will become useful in our society today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Now to the question and answer. Shall we start with?
Hello, Abel.
Yeah, thank you.
Let me ask you one thing. To create a positive attitude or to create a more knowledge about albinism in the community, you may need some sort of a macro level intervention. Yes. Like to give more and more like ICT like tools to the community to make some knowledge about the albinism. So what is your action plan in that?
What is mine? Come again.
Action plan.
Okay. We have started working with other persons with albinism in communities already, but with the knowledge that I have in Kanthari today, and those ways are limitless. And therefore, what we intend to do is to be able to teach them. Once we teach them, we expose them to different professions that they can be able to do. And the action plan first is to be able to identify these persons, if they have the skill or not, and if they have, what skill are we going to help them to learn? We are able to teach them so that they can become useful. And if they do not have at all, the computer skills are going to be their starting point so that they can be able to open their minds to the world of endless opportunities.
Okay, Abel, actually my question is how you are going to make a positive awareness in the community, because many people doesn't know much about the albinism and what it is. So there will be always having a trauma, or there will be always having a negative feeling or discrimination to the people who is having the albinism. So how you are going to make such a positive change in the community? For the general community, how we are going to give that this is a genetic condition and we have the ability to do all the works if we, as you said earlier. So what is your plan for that? Is there any plan?
Yes. Like I said before, my organization has a plan for persons with albinism. First of all, we have to create awareness in the society. Creating awareness entails talking about the issues. They have to know who they really are. And then the society have to know their peculiar needs. And also, in themselves, we have to use like the media campaigns and other promotional items like in the public, the programs that they can be able to attend so that they will know the issues of persons with albinism in the society. This will open ways for them to be able to navigate the society without issues.
Thank you.
Thank
Since we are really running short of time, we would also like to receive questions from all of you. So let's have one question each from each panelist. Make it short.
Okay, so one of my main questions is already addressed by Anson. I wanted to know, you specifically mentioned cab driving. Yes. So I just want to know about because on the one hand you say it's a very small number or a small percentage of people with albinism who will be able to drive. Yeah. And secondly, with the kind of superstition or prejudice that the public has, how easy will it be, even if they are trained, let's say trained taxi drivers, how do you sort of break that barrier and have that run successfully?
Yes, acceptably, it's not easy. However, it takes the mind. Like in my case, I was able to do that, though it takes me a few weeks, but see me constantly with the ability to drive, then I was able to win the hearts of the public, and there I continue to gain them. And you must also know that all of us have different visual ability. There are some that they can be able to drive, there are some that may not. So through persistence and constant training, while we're there, and you are able to navigate the road successfully, constantly seeing you there, it helps you, and it helps to dispel the myths about issues of albinism. And you are able to convince the general public that you could drive.
Abel, since your solution is very realistic, I don't have a question. I have more of a suggestion. By the way, blue looks really good on you, so keep wearing more blue.
Thank you.
See, you have categorized your training into ICT or night farming and taxi driving.
Yes.
So I would say that the most challenging aspect is going to be, as both of them suggested, convincing the general public that it is not a big deal, you know. So that would be a most difficult aspect. So and also, just like any other population, the people with albinism also have diverse interests. Yeah. So my suggestion is that do not just restrict it to these three aspects. Yeah. And one really good way is to go the art or artistic way, music, dance, etc. The artistic community is more open, more welcoming, irrespective of conditions. So I think art is a really good way, and also social media to create awareness. All the best for CARE Network.
Thank you so much.
Over to our online panelist, Priya Joshi.
Thank you. Abel, thank you for sharing your story and for your speech as well.
Yes.
Abel, my question is, what is the first one or two things you're going to do when you go back home and you start this project? Because your undertaking is significant, and it seems to me that your plan, I mean, all parts of it are important, undoubtedly, but the plan seems very ambitious and very large. So what are you going to prioritize?
First of all, we will create an awareness using all means that we have within us. And it is important to let the society know about who is really a person with albinism. And once the society is able to know that, we work with the people who are also within this discrimination cycle. We also let them understand, for instance, the traditional rulers who have been discriminating, the other populations, we also try to educate them about albinism. And from there, day after day, we carry on, and step after step, we are able to dispel these myths. It's not going to be an easy task in a day, but that is the first thing what we have to do, is to tell the society about the dangers or the items or the conditions that persons with albinism are in. And we also let the society know that these are their challenges and these are their strengths. Also, if we support them, they will become citizens. I mean, they will have no limit as to what they will become in the society. So those are the things we will first have to deal with, and then for themselves, we will also work with the government and work with other agencies to be able to integrate them in the society.
I know we are short of time, but I just want to close by saying briefly, Abel, my sense is that maybe you have a more detailed plan, which we don't have the time for today. Yeah. But my sense is that the plan needs more specificity and more sharpness. I wish you the very best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and give him a big round of applause. Thank you. Kanthari has been operational since 2009, as most of you might know. And next video that we would like to show you is of our of a participant from the very first year, Pinhoy Tang from Meghalaya, India. So a quick video and before we move on to the next speaker.
My father have killed a tiger which is 12 feet. That area, there is no more animals, there is no more jungle. This is the village where I grew up. And when I was small, I dropped from the school later on because I have a problem with low vision. And my mom also, she cannot support me anymore. I just keep on crying all the time at home. I asked my mom, please send me to school, I want to study. Get a chance to go to the villages, visiting the people in the village who is having difficulties, like a person with disability in different area. Like nobody helped them. I just feel that I would just want to do something, but I don't know what to do. We come across Kanthari. Kanthari is a place where I finish another area of my study where I really love that place and I really get confident and I develop my dreams. We go to the field, go for home base, teach the child according to the need. We spread the project through the CBR approach, advocacy, a mental health program, formation of DPO organization.
Adian ka jing siya tombor, te long apa kin nadu kata kapur ngala sedang ban mat ya kini ki jing bom so tanat chu mo ka jing sobha ka jing im jonga. Imis ban hoy lawan chani siya po paham rio haye jonga. Naga benta ban pensya siya pang ka ACP. Ban training ngala ya ka training bekiri ha Shillong. Rio benai ngawan pai siyeng dengan lawan pai siyeng te ngadon ya ka jing terang na ka benta bangan seng ya ka bekiri te ngathaw da pun kilat kumno bangan yo ban le ya ka bekiri ha kata ka namarang wala ngalong ka brio ko bden tiduna ndrei ngadon ya ka mesem baskem ban yeng hala ki jong ki jan.
I have a lot of opportunity to develop myself, to understand what I really want to do. My decision is I can make a decision on my own, and I just feel that I just want the others of my friend also to grow as I grow and have an opportunity to express themselves and to learn more in the society, to be with the society.
Since 2009, we have been practicing community-based inclusive development, and we have been able to train and support more than 5,000 disabled children and youth. The work included early intervention, inclusive livelihood training, awareness programs on rights of persons with disabilities, and many more.
Hey Srishti. Yeah. How were you as a child? Naughty, mischievous? Hey, wait a minute. I saw your mother this morning. Probably how about me going and asking her?
Come on, Priya. Now don't get it so much into personal details now.
Well.
So I think let's invite the next speaker, Mutungi, who's going to take us back to the childhood. Let's put our hands together for Mutungi from Zimbabwe.
Hello. What comes to your minds when you think about childhood? Is it running around, playing games, climbing trees, playing in the mud, in the rain? A very carefree life, perhaps. This is not what I imagine. This is not what I witnessed. Children who have lost their parents to HIV and AIDS-related illnesses are being discriminated and excluded from society.
Nayo mai kudzai ndio mashuraba unonditira pamusha panapa wakutotora nherera dzese dzetudza kwenye kundogisa pamusha pano wakakanwaka kuti vana ava vabereki vavo vakafa neAIDS usada kundivhirikidzira vana pamusha pano.
Am I to blame? Will it be better if I just died?
Oh, look, there she comes. Let's move away. My mother told me not to play with her.
I feel alone. Will anyone care for me?
Oh, asikana, wanakusirisa. Zvino manje mai nababa zvavafa neAIDS. There's no hope, asikana.
Am I limited? Is there really no life ahead of me?
Unfortunate, isn't it, that children have to go through this on a day-to-day basis. Stigma and discrimination is a common reality in Zimbabwe, and I am no exception. I grew up as an orphan who was born HIV positive, and I was discriminated. The very first remark that I remember was, "You are to blame. How else could you have contracted HIV if you're not sleeping around?" My peers, the community around me, all said something negative, and I took it all in. At some point, I was depressed, and I decided to stop my antiretroviral therapy, which was not a good thing because this is a life-threatening circumstance. It will actually hinder your health. I started losing weight. I started getting sick constantly, and I started wasting away. I was so depressed that death became my only prayer. I decided that I wanted to end it all. Though I never got the courage, I decided that I would continue praying for it. Unfortunately, or maybe should I say fortunately, that never happened. My prayer was never answered. I had to move on. The journey to self-recovery was not easy. It was very long. And one of the first steps I took was enroll in a peer support group where I got to talk to people who were facing similar circumstances as me, people who had actually overcame the challenges that I was facing. And talking to them actually helped me recover. Another thing that I did was volunteer at a local children's home. Here, I was expecting to see despair, lack of joy. But what I was met with was resilience, strength, and happiness. And this was with children who had disabilities, chronic illnesses, children who had been completely abandoned by their relatives, and in some cases, their parents. Yes, their parents, because some of them actually had parents to speak of. I was motivated because these children had high hopes for their lives. They were resilient and had aspirations. And because of this, I decided that, I can actually meaningfully contribute to their lives. So why am I thinking that death is the only answer? And this is how I managed to get back and actually determine that I would work with vulnerable children in the rural community of Zimbabwe. Here, I met Nometa. Nometa is a 13-year-old girl. She is the head of a family, taking care not only of her needs, but those of her younger siblings, Thomas and Yokai, who were 8 and 9 years old. Without access to money, they survive on charity, which means sometimes they don't have any food to eat, or they lack adequate access to quality education, healthcare, decent shelter, to mention but a few. Living in the most secluded parts of society as a child-headed family means that they have no one to support them, no one to care for them. They are completely alone. What was truly heartbreaking for me was that the very people who are supposed to be taking care of orphans like Nometa actually sexually exploit her in order for her to get the basic needs she needs to prepare a meal for herself and her siblings. Sad reality is the orphans in Zimbabwe oftentimes are being abused sexually, emotionally, physically, by the very caregivers who are supposed to be taking care of them. They are being neglected, left alone, without anyone to care for them. This is the situation. With this in mind, I resolved that I would create a place where orphans could be free to be cared for, a place where they could realize their full potential, be supported, and be loved. This is how I founded Mukundi. With Mukundi, what we hope for is a world where orphans grow up accessing their needs, but also becoming self-reliant individuals. And this will be done under a 5-pillar care model that is following the following pillars. Pillar number 1, health and wellness. Here, we want our beneficiaries to be able to access health, shelter, education. We want them to be able to be part of family, to have a place where they belong. Pillar number 2, exploration. Here, we want our beneficiaries to be able to form their own individual opinions that are not biased by what the outside world thinks. Here, they will be doing this by exploring different realities. Let's talk of culture, way of life, science, information technology, you mention it. And it will be done in an interactive game, in an interactive way, through games, fun, sporting activities, dance, art. This will also enhance other skills in our beneficiaries. Let's talk of hard skills, soft skills, interpersonal skills, skills such as decision-making, problem-solving, independent thinking. And these skills will help them transition to the third pillar. Pillar number 3, enhanced competences. Here, we want our beneficiaries to get a taste of what it is to live independently, a taste of what it is to actually put the skills that they have developed in all these other pillars to use. And this will be done by actually living in tiny homes where resources will be given to them, but they will be free to live and to determine their own lives within these tiny homes. Moving on, we'll move on to pillar number 4, integration. Here, under this pillar, we want our beneficiaries to participate in society. We want them to be able to determine what their place is in society. And this will actually be done by community engagement projects, sometimes with other marginalized groups in society. Why marginalized groups in society? This will help them to become more empathetic to other people's needs and to also understand that they can meaningfully contribute to other people's lives. Summing up, we come to the pillar number 5, self-actualization. Here, we bring all the pillars together. Here, our beneficiaries will be able to answer to the very definition of what Mukundi means. They will be able to say, I am able to cope in the face of adversity. Even though I'm being discriminated and stigmatized, I can stand and actually become resilient. Here, our beneficiaries will transition to be resilient individuals with futures that they can determine for themselves. Can we all agree then that...
Am I to blame? Will it be better if I just died?
You are not to blame. Together, let us overcome barriers and create futures.
I feel alone. Will anyone care for me?
You are not alone. Mukundi cares.
Am I limited? Is there really no life ahead of me?
You are not at all limited. Together, we can exceed societal expectations. Building on these blocks, what Mukundi proposes is a solution where our orphans grow up in an environment where they are cared for, loved and supported, an environment that allows them to develop their full potential and become resilient individuals who can determine the futures for themselves. Together, we can join hands and actually create such environments. Join us today as we go on this lifelong commitment. Thank you.
We can start the first Q&A from Priya Joshi.
Yes, sure. Mutongi, thank you, and congratulations on an excellent speech.
Thank you, Priya.
And what an incredible story. It's great to see you again today.
Yes.
I wanted to ask you, how have you thought of including what I might call, school education within the program that you have created? Perhaps it is included somewhere in the pillar of integration or the pillar of enhanced competencies, but education is an important it's an important part, isn't it, of growing up, especially because, if I'm not mistaken, I think the beneficiaries are first going to be very young children. Is that correct? Between the ages of 6 to 14, if I remember reading that correctly in your paper. Maybe it's 6 to 12. Forgive me if I've forgotten. But where is that included, and how have you thought of providing it to your beneficiaries? Any thoughts?
Okay, so our beneficiaries are aged 5 to 18 years old. And then in relation to education, this is going to fall under the pillar of health and wellness. And because we don't want our beneficiaries to be secluded from society, we're actually planning, as part of the integration, they will actually be a part of society by going to the local schools. But we will have, under the pillar of exploration, all our activities will actually enhance certain skills that they can actually utilize in formal education that will actually help them in that regard.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Thank you. I wish you the best.
Thank you.
Mudungi.
Yes.
It's such a powerful name. It sounds to me like something thunder. It's so super. And I'm very happy to see you today because I'm also working in a field, something very connected to this. And I would like to ask you one question. When I went through your speech, I found that around 1 in 3 children are not having their parents due to, or they lost their parents due to this disease.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any plan to create some awareness or any programs to prevent such a spreading of the situation in the community or in the country?
Definitely, I do. Under the pillar for integration, like where we are doing the community engagements, one of the thing is one of the projects that we will be running is a sex education project. That is, in other words, called sexual reproductive health and rights. And this will be done not only with our beneficiaries, but with also young people and adolescents in the community. This will help our beneficiaries to not reinfect themselves, and also other people who are not infected themselves to actually protect themselves from sexually transmitted infections, including HIV.
Mutungi, hi. You're quite an inspiration, let me tell you that. I wanted to ask you, I was just going through your paper and you have a very elaborate plan for the space and how the building would be and what would be the facilities within the building. I want to know if you have already a plan as to how to go about doing that. Do you have the space, or is it something that how do you intend to sort of set this up?
Okay, so to set this up, one of the first things that I'll do is have community meetings with the local leaders, and through those meetings, we will talk about acquiring land. So as of now, I don't have any specific land, but this is one of the steps that I'll actually do, talking to the responsible members of the community and actually acquiring this land.
Okay, so you're looking for this to be a little more like a community process. You think the government would be able to help you, or with the funding and everything?
Yes, any partner who aligns with our vision, mission, and objectives and values as well, we can also align with them.
So is that where your first step starts?
Okay, so I'm also going to be doing a pilot project where I'm going to be renting out an apartment and actually taking the 3 beneficiaries that I spoke about into my care. So yeah, that's one of the first steps. Sorry.
Mutongi, very, very impactful presentation and very, very detailed. So my question is very simple. One, you've mentioned the 4th pillar as integration, perhaps at the risk of repeating myself. So you've given a detailed plan as to how you would empower these children to be integrated, but how would you sensitize the society? Because the acceptance is not going to be easy. You talked about creating awareness about sexual health and preventing reinfection, etc. But how would you ensure that the society is more accepting? 1, 2.
Can I answer the first? Sure. Okay. So, as I have today, this is the first time that I'm actually disclosing my status to the whole world. So this is the first step I will take. I will say that I am HIV positive, and I'll also bring other people. And I'll also bring other people who are also HIV positive as community awareness projects, so that the community actually understands this. People who are HIV positive are not limited, and they can achieve. Yeah.
Beautiful. So the second question is, of course, we all know this is not an easy project to execute or implement. What is the most difficult challenge that you anticipate, and how do you plan to go around it or get over it?
Okay, so I would say lack of trust, being unmarried and being a young woman. people would most likely not be willing to trust me. But how I will overcome is actually working with the people that I've worked with before, because I have worked in this district and I have lived in it. So it's actually working with these people who I have managed to gain trust from. So that is the first step that I will take in that regard. Thank you.
Udungi, I have one suggestion. As you said that to create awareness in the community, you are planning for sex education.
Yes.
I think currently the trend has changed to comprehensive sexuality education. Do you have some plan about that, comprehensive sexuality education, or what is that?
Pardon, I don't really understand the first term.
Yep. You're planning to give sex education to the community to create some awareness regarding or to prevent the spreading of AIDS in Zimbabwe. So do you have any plan, or are you aware about comprehensive sexuality education? Yep, that is the new trend, or that is the new syllabus what UNICEF is suggesting to give to the community or to the children.
Yes.
Basically, for sex education, there is always a taboo from the community that we are talking about sex and we are always thinking about sex and all. There will be always taboo and resistance from the community. And in comprehensive sexuality education, there are 6 to 8 elements. In that, only one topic is sex education. Rest all are from gender, law, and all other subjects. Do you have any such idea to like integrate or to introduce that topic to your country?
Okay, so like I'll speak about one item. Like the item of barriers, what you mentioned specifically about barriers. So I have managed to develop a game, right? And also a curriculum. So what this game will actually involve is for our beneficiaries to actually identify the barriers that are existing in their society when it comes to sex education. And then we'll actually be asking them to propose solutions. And one of the second components is actually implementing this solution within their communities. So that's one of the aspects that will be tackling that problem through.
Are you developing any syllabus for the training and all?
Service, like in terms of contraceptives?
Syllabus. For
yes.
It's not about only like preventing it's not only about contraceptives, it's for entire for sex education or comprehensive sexuality education. Do you have any such syllabus, or you developed any syllabus for
yes,
that?
we have developed a certain curriculum that will guide us. So it is various components. What I spoke of, just like 2 components of the curriculum and the actual game. Maybe I can share more with you when we get the free time.
Thank you. And since Thank you so much. And can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes. Srishti, I've heard of Mansi very often in this Kanthari campus. And I believe he's quite popular among the Kanthari network. Is that true?
Not just in Kanthari network, he's quite popular in his country for his amazing work that he do with his organization Dream Village. And I had also privilege to go to Rwanda and witness what he was doing.
Wow. So let's probably take a look at a short video from Manzi from Rwanda.
Yes.
Presently, we support over 3,000 young people living with HIV in 12 health centers. All of you understand that we experienced a genocide in 1994 that claimed over 1 million people. And HIV was one of the challenges that happened in the genocide. Many people died and some got infected. And much of the children that we have today in the program and young people are children born after the genocide whose parents were either raped or sexually abused and they ended up getting HIV. So in this Dream Village, when we studied, we have quite a number of projects, but they are all geared on this young person. We have like the CATS project. These are community adolescent treatment supporter. It is a health program in health facilities that relate with the young person living with HIV on a daily basis. They do home visits, they do counseling, they attend to child protection issues, all geared at addressing the needs of the young person.
Okay, this is it. It's community adolescent treatment supporters. So Jean-Marie is the first cat actually here. This is a room where he receives clients individually, especially new clients, to do counseling and support them to accept their HIV status. each health center we are in, all 12 of them, they have different way they live. Especially here, he has so many female sex workers, housemates. He finds many of them are lost to follow up. Like, for example, if a maid maybe was afraid to ask for permission to come to the health center. Others are female sex workers, maybe they're drunkard at night. The morning they don't remember that they have appointment, to track them also. So you might say he has few people, 170 according to other castes, but they are all they need all special support. You understand, if Katz is following up 170, he will be overloaded with problems. Because everyone who wants him, they have a problem. Not someone saying, thank you, we'll come here. No, it's always the problem. I'm pregnant, how do I do this? So they come overloaded, and their mental health is something that we thought of. They have their own counselor. They'll be visiting for individual problems or work issues. He's saying that because of his status, his HIV status, he's very grateful that he's able to support other young people.
Solving the issue of HIV is not only about medicines. It's more than that. You have a life to live. And that's why we come up with projects like the Vocational Training Institute, where we train young people to do organic agriculture.
I'm Robert Chiza, the manager of farm. I'm leading 3 projects: Vocational Training Center, where we grow vegetables organically; Moringa farm, we grow moringa, we process moringa, and we pack it and we sell in the communities. We boost the immune system for the people having HIV. Those guys need immunity, the strong ones. The reason why you call it miracle tree, it can save your life. Yeah, yeah. In the Vocational Training Center, you see, we grow different products of vegetables in different ways. If you don't have land, come in a dream village and learn how you can grow vegetables instead of going to the market of buying land. Grow in organically, in your soil, from transplantation, since you harvest it. In agroforestry, I show you how you can mix different trees with the crops. I show you how you can grow fruits, different varieties, and you can grow the fodder for the animals, and you mix with maize, you mix with the beans, and you get a lot of the products once per year. That's why we do here in our Dream Village Agriculture Farm.
Then we have the BAM project, where we train young people to deal with BAM products so that they can be able to economically sustain themselves, bring food on the table, and even be able to bring the needs to themselves that they would not have been able to do that. We also have the Rwanda Nook Hub. This is a center where young people come and learn from the internet. They do projects. These projects keep them busy. The innovation that they never had a chance to do, now they can use it there. By the end of it all, after they have done these projects, they can go and rubricate it and employ their peers, and as well as get income that they can be able to support other members of the family. Our motto is that we create an arena where street agents can flourish and change the status quo. We don't want them to remain the same. We want them to change according to the problem that they face every
day. Bravo! You know, Srishti, it's amazing. It just simply amazes me to watch all our Kanthari graduates, after they talk, they actually go back and realize their dreams.
it just doesn't stop me, like being amazed.
Yeah, it's always amazing to see the work. Priya, like I have a question,
Yes, you may.
Like beside the profession you are in, what are the other things or what are the other profession you'd like to do?
Oh, so many. I want to be a dancer. I want to be a singer. I want to paint. I want to be a painter. I want to do a lot of things. But I have no idea how I can get all this done in one lifetime. That's my problem. Do you have a solution?
Yeah, but there is one tool and one activity is theater, where you can actually dive into different character. And this is the tool our next speaker is using to solve some of the issue in his community. So let's put our hands together to invite Anand from New Delhi, India.
Na 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 घरौंदा नहीं घोंसला ही सही मेरी झोपड़ी तेरी खोपड़ी सी छोटी नहीं पर उड़ान मेरी जरूरत की टोकरी को छज्जे पे टेक हकीकत की आंच पे रोटियां सेक बना ही लेंगे हम बना ही लेंगे पहचान नहीं पहचान नहीं पहचान नहीं पहचान नहीं What you just saw was a brief glimpse of what Anurvana wants to do. We want to fill the streets with dance, music, and joy. But before we go any further, let me take you to the reality of slum life. According to UN, over 1 billion people are living in slums worldwide. India has the most slum dwellers. Delhi, the capital city of India. Over 2 million people are living in slums. Children and young people are stuck in a cycle of daily survival. Some turn to drugs and crime, and some become rag picker or a beggar, and some look for mini jobs like shoe polishing. Let me ask you something. Have you ever been forced to eat food which was thrown by others? Or was there a time when you might had to mix salt and water just to have something in your stomach? Well, I have experienced this. I grew up in a slum with my parents and 3 siblings. Lived in a small tiny shed which was around 8 by 10, this carpet area maybe, where we used to sleep in shifts because there was not enough space. And I was the one who used to sleep under the bed. But I was not alone. Sometimes I was accompanied by rats and cockroaches. There was no clean water, no hygiene, no electricity, no proper toilet. My father worked in a copper wire factory where he was earning around $32 per month. My mother worked as a domestic helper and also sometimes accompanied by my elder sister. My eldest brother left school at the age of 11 and did several odd jobs like car washing, dishwashing, worked as a waiter, worked in a jeans factory. And my sister and I, before and after school, we used to scavenge for recyclable items. Oh, it could be sold. When I was 9, we relocated to a place called Khan Market, where all the bureaucrats were living. And my father started working as a security guard. And my mother became a domestic helper for those bureaucrats. And for that, we got a servant quarter, which was quite an upgrade from 8 by 10 to 10 by 12. But now, we had clean water, electricity, and a toilet which was shared only by 4 families. My sister and I could go to a good school. One of my classmates who was in an organization called Manzil, he was doing theater. So once I went to see his theater play, but truly I did not get anything what he was doing on that stage. But in the end, everybody stood up and they started clapping for him. And that applause I wanted for myself. So I also joined that organization and I started learning English, maths, computer, science, painting, and which became my second home after school. But the best part was theater. It became my biggest passion. It played a crucial role in shaping the person I am today. I developed self-confidence, empathy, curiosity, perseverance. Later, my friends and I started doing street plays on social problems like child rights, women empowerment, hygiene, sexual abuse, and all these gave me a sense of social awareness. Now, it was not applause anymore. I could dive into many characters, live in different world and leaving my own behind. Later, I started conducting theater workshops in various organizations. Once, I was so excited because I was going to work with 30 slum children. But this number became inconsistent. Sometimes there were 10 children, sometimes 20, and sometimes no child at all. But why? To ask this question, I went to their community and asked their parents, why are you not sending your children? They are learning with us. And one of the parents responded, they don't have food, they are hungry. First, they should have something in their stomach, then they can get education. And this response impacted me. And I totally agree. No one can play, learn, or do anything with an empty stomach. But what parents also need to understand is, theater is also life. And thus, it becomes food for thought. And in our opinion, food and theater needs to go hand in hand. I came to Kanthari to start my organization, Anurvana. Anurvana means a new beginning. Here, we offer theater as a tool where beneficiaries can paint their own future. But before we begin to play, we have to offer a good, healthy meal. Currently, we are coming up with 3 projects. First, Theater for Change. Here, beneficiaries are bringing their own stories. And for that, they're learning stage designing, costume making, makeup, lights, sound, examples. So many things are there. Second is Trash to Treasure. Here, we are collecting waste material from the streets and transforming it into an art. Later, which is going to be exhibited in galleries. Our third program, filmmaking. Here, beneficiaries are making films on problems which they are facing or in community. And they are making films either on their dreams or those of other children. But what are their dreams?
मैं बड़ा होकर बनूंगा आईपीएस ऑफिसर।
और तुम?
हम डॉक्टर बनेंगे। मैं बड़ा होकर आर्मी ऑफिसर बनूंगा। इंजीनियर एडिटर। मैं डॉक्टर बनूंगा।
Doctor, engineer, IS officer. That sounds quite familiar, right? Almost every child in India wants to become these. But are these their dreams? Or they are more the desire of their parents? For these children, however, it is different. Because they picked these dreams from the streets. Because their parents stopped dreaming a long time ago. There is a daily struggle. Let's not bury our children's early rich imagination under the trash. At Anurvana, through theater and art, we want to give them space to imagine a life beyond slum reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Anand. Can we have the question coming from Priya Joshi? And then we move on to all of you. Okay.
So would you like me to go first?
Yes, thank you, Priya.
Okay, great. Anand, what great stage presence you have. yourself. Really wonderful. I mean, I can only imagine how impactful you will be as a teacher with not just children in slums, but with, adults like us who live in cities and in apartments. I have no doubt. I think it's a wonderful project, and it looks like you're already involved in the work. I have maybe just one small question for clarity, which is how is this teaching provided, and how are you imagining you will provide it in the future? Is there a space in a particular area where you will try to bring the children in for maybe for some time, for some lessons, or is this something you have to go into the community and do? And if so, where will you do it?
So right now, I'm already collaborating with an organization. They have space, but the problem is where my project is, it's a bit far. So right now we are doing in their community itself, and they're living under the bridge. So I'm going to start the workshop there only, under the bridge. Then later we'll look for a space.
Understood. Well, wishing you the very best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anand. That was a beautiful presentation, especially the beginning was fantastic. And like Priya said, you are the prime example of why something like Anurvana is needed. I have a very small question. Again, it's for my clarity. You said that, how you struggled before and after school, you were needed to go and do odd jobs or scavenge just to keep the family running. In a situation like that, I'm assuming that all the children who live in the slums would also be expected to help in bringing in whatever little they can bring in. How receptive do you think the parents or the family or the community will be in letting their children go for a regular, theater work? वो उनके दिमाग में, they would have कि, okay, is it even necessary? How does it provide for them? So,
hello, for that, first thing is that is why we are providing food, because their main concern is they do not have food. That is why they are begging. So this is just an initiative, so they can send, okay, they are getting a good meal, so let them go. And children love to play. I love to play. So they will also definitely, because in future I'm going to bring the parents also, where they can learn stitching, because we are making costumes and all, and the parents also can make design sets and all. So
that exactly what my question was about, because children, I do not doubt, would love to come and interact with in a scenario like that, but how do the parents see that this is helpful,
So basically, in the starting period, we are having for 1 or 2 hour session. So, and it's regular, so it will be at that particular time when they are not going for scavenging or begging. So I'm choosing that particularly time for that only, so they can send.
Anand, I will ask you one question. If it is okay for you, you can answer, or you can skip the question, skip the answer. You raised a very serious issue like poverty. We all know that poverty is a reality in India, but let me ask you one thing. India is a country where the employment is guaranteed. Employment is guaranteed for 100 days. So why still poverty is there?
You're talking about Manrega, that is there, but still that's not sufficient. In 100 days, how will you survive for 1 year? So that is the main reason also, and people are migrating from rural to urban just to have some extra, and therefore they cannot have good, because might not have good skill or not education, so they have to settle in then slum areas, and that is why they are going into more deeper there.
Okay. In urban area also, there is some employment guarantee schemes is there. Right?
Yeah.
Indira Gandhi employment guarantee scheme is there.
Yes.
Still, you are not we are not able to find enough. Or what is that reason? I didn't get. Is there any gap between the scheme and the beneficiaries?
Of course, there is gap because they do not have knowledge about that. First of all, they don't know. So most of them don't know about this. And the people who are providing that, or if they are providing, then they are making like what do we call beach wala jo hota hai, wo system jo hota hai, that is also there. So It's like that only.
Hi, Anand. You have a great personality and a very creative person. So, see, you've mentioned about theater and children learning these skills. What do you think is the outcome? How long are you going to train them, and what do you see as your, how do you measure your success, or what is the outcome? Also, we are living in a world where every other person can be a social media influencer on DIY, on drama, on acting, on filmmaking. We are all filmmakers in our own rights on our Facebook, Instagram platforms. Yeah. So how relevant or unique yours is going to be?
First of all, the project I'm running, it's like a theater project. But my intention is not to make actor. It's their choice what they want to do, first of all. And in that skill, it's same like why we learn driving, just to reach somewhere, or we learn driving to drive a car. I'm using theater as a tool where they can learn different things to choose their dreams, where they can find their dreams and goals. I think I answered maybe. And impacts and all. See, in this also, like, my main focus is not to giving them the opportunity, okay, now you are going to do this job, or I'm sending you there to go do this job. But what if their mentality is changing? Because what problem they're stuck in a cycle of daily survival, or they're living in slums. They do not want to come out of there, or that mentality. It's not that I want to bring them out, okay, no, it's time to go out of slum and live in buildings. It's the mentality I want to change first. So if that's changing, yeah, impacts is going on, basically.
Thank you, Anand. Give him a big round of applause. Thank you so much. And right now we go into a break before we start our next session. That would be at 19:10. Is that correct, Srishti?
Yeah, it's going to start from 7 p.m.
We have to assemble here at 7 p.m. and
5 to 7 p.m.
No,
7:10
is the talk.
Okay.
So 7 should be fine, right?
Let's agree on that then.
Okay, so shall we all gather here at 7, and 7:10 would be our next speech. So we hope that you come back with the same energy back after your dinner and cheer up the rest of our speakers for today. And yeah, good luck. See you.
Enjoy your dinner and see you.
Thank you. Bye.
Recording stopped.
Don't worry. Hello. Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back. We kindly request you to be seated, and we are just waiting for one of our panelists to be. He's just on his way, and I think we would just wait for him. And oh, he's here already. Please welcome, sir.
Okay, we
yeah.
go.
Come, sir. Okay, so we are still waiting for one of our panelists to arrive.
I think within 1 minute we'll start. Huh?
I guess the roads in Kerala, sometimes, this is the peak hours, so the traffic can be a little bit confusing. So kindly excuse us and for the delay. Yeah. Srishti,
Yeah.
how was the talks today? From morning till evening, how was your feeling?
It was a fiery speeches and really inspiring. And I think it's very important also, right? Because they were addressing very important social and environmental issues. So I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I hope that all the audience out there also enjoyed and got some motivation out of it.
Absolutely. And what is it one entertainment song that comes to your head, just popping right over your head? For me, it is that song that we heard in the end, Wilfred's dance,
Welcome to the digital age.
Yeah.
Digital age.
That's the one that comes to my mind. But yeah, every other song is just like ringing in my head. But yes. What do you think, guys? How are you feeling after your talk?
Are you engaged?
You guys still have the same energy as you had in the morning? Malik, you seem to be having the same energy I saw in the morning. Yo! That's great. Yes.
It's the last segment of day one. It's the last segment,
And how many speeches do we have for tomorrow?
We have 8 fiery speeches for tomorrow.
And are you guys ready for tomorrow?
And I hope all the audience are ready as well, the online and offline audiences, to hear some more fiery speeches.
That's right, yes. So I guess we're coming towards the end of today's speeches, and that's why a little bit of delay that we are being tested, our patience is being tested. So yeah, just give it a few more minutes, and our one of our panelists will be right here. He's on his way. Well, I'm running short of things what to say, to entertain. I'll only dance with Wilfred, not anybody else. I'm sorry. I already chose him as my dance partner for tomorrow. Wilfred, I'm dancing with you. Yes. So he's my dance partner. If anybody else is planning to book him, sorry guys. Every time I was here, like when I was working here, I used to host the graduation day, be the MC for the graduation day, and we would have this the dance after party at the amphitheater there, and I think me and Sabria's brother Thorsten and few of us, we would be the last ones to go back. You know, we would dance like till 3 or 4 in the morning. I would have literally my footwear in my hand. Remember, Kartik? Yeah, it was during your batch. Well, you'll have a surprise for today. I promise you that, okay? You will have a surprise. Trust me on that. Yeah, Srishti will not disappoint you. Trust me.
And one of the reason, like I do MC only for the Kanthari talks is certificate ceremony. I really want to sit back, relax, accumulate all the energy so that I could really dance.
Exactly.
So.
And we have our panelists here. Welcome.
Yes. Come. Okay.
Welcome all of you once again. And quickly we move on to introducing our panelists for today who are here. We have Rajkumari here. Rajkumari Dura from Nepal has more than 10 years of experience working in the development sector of rural communities. She is passionate about working in community development and outcomes among vulnerable populations. With a strong social science research background, Rajkumari is involved in various feminist networks and research projects that contribute to gender equality and disability social inclusion perspectives in the development sector. She is the director of the ODA Foundation. Let's welcome...
Welcome, Rajkumari Didi.
Anand, an intersectionalist feminist, environmentalist, and seasoned social activist, has a 5-year track record in the environmental sector, a postgraduate in international relations and political science, currently pursuing a PhD in political science from MC University, Kottayam. Anand champions equality and envisions a sustainable, just society. Serving as a project head to bring back green and a mentor in Green Army, Anand actively contributes to NGOs like Plastic Task Force. His notable projects include coastal erosion and indigenous community research. Published in a book. Recognized for his impactful interventions, Anand has received awards such as the Aravam Award 2018 and the ISB Social Volunteer Award 2020. Please welcome.
Welcome you.
And we have one online panelist, Ms. Kavya. Ms. Kavya is the chairperson of the Eco-Feminist Research Foundation and founder of the Sustainable Menstruation Collectives in Tamil Nadu and Kerala. She's a dynamic force. As a gender and environment consultant and trustee at Aware India Trust, she bridges the gap between environmental sustainability and sexual and reproductive health rights. An alternative therapist at Aviva Method, Kavya actively engages in advocacy, fieldwork, and policy formulation. Specializing in menstrual awareness, sexuality coaching, and prevention of child sexual abuse, she is passionate advocate for comprehensive sex education and gender sensitization. Kavya's multifaceted contributions extend to training sessions on Aviva Method for female reproductive health disorders. Welcome, Kavya.
Oh.
Hello. What are you doing?
After listening everything, I just felt I need to get some inner peace.
Srishti, have you lost it?
I'm in the middle of all this crisis, so I think I need this to find some peace.
I think you will find peace in the next speaker.
Will I?
We have a next speaker who knows peace in and out. Let's welcome Emmanuel Lumumba from
Cameroon.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Clashes between police and protesters leave at least 4 dead in Cameroon.
Till you bury the last one. Till the last one is buried. I'm out here. I'm out here.
In this footage, soldiers are clearly seen setting homes alight.
In reality, this is what daily life looks like in the English-speaking part of Cameroon. When I walk down the streets of my hometown, Bamenda, I see extreme violence. Teenagers who are being drugged, to become child soldiers, dead bodies carelessly thrown by sidewalks and in the rivers. The human rights atrocities are worsening every day, and violence has come to a peak whereby mere killing is not enough anymore. Dead bodies are desecrated and set on fire, and that is the extent of the anger and the hatred among the youth. There is an ongoing civil war in the English-speaking part of Cameroon. Youth's vulnerability and involvement in this armed violence are leading to death, trauma, displacement, destruction, and horrible abuses of human rights. According to UNICEF, every 7 minutes somewhere in the world, a youngster loses his life as a result of violence. That means by the time I'm done with this presentation, we would have lost yet another young person. And this can be in the English-speaking part of Cameroon, where several thousands of youth are already bearing arms. And if nothing is done, thousands more will likely join. But why are youth so prone to risks and violence? Those of us who have passed through this age, we know youth age comes with a lot of changes. Hormonal, intellectual, psychological, and social. And these changes trigger in youth the quest to explore, to search for identity and struggle for independence. Even though this is a natural situation, but sometimes it is made worse by other factors, such as youth marginalization and unemployment, which often come with a lot of great frustration and discontent among the youth. It could also be politicians and warlords who take advantage of this frustration and the youthful energy to incite and manipulate youth into acts of violence. Also, it could be personal traumatizing events in the life of this youth, such as their inability to find a job, the loss of a loved one, or even violence in their family setting, as was my case when I was a youngster. Let me tell you a story. I grew up in a polygamous family. There were several instances of violence. I remember one day, I saw my mother lamenting with tears running down her face. Oh no, where are the bananas that I kept in this kitchen? These monsters have eaten all my bananas. She was referring to my stepbrothers. It is preferable to die than live in such a toxic environment. I rushed to console my mother. But she kept on sobbing, and I could not bear seeing her in that mood. I picked up a stick sizable enough to kill, and I went after the banana thieves. But that day, the hunter became the hunted. Before I could hit one of my stepbrothers with a stick, he rather picked up a machete and wounded me seriously. I started losing blood, became unconscious, and was rushed to the hospital. When I got up from the hospital bed, I had to question the whole situation. What was I really trying to achieve through violence? If I had died perpetrating violence for some mere bananas, wouldn't have it been the death of a fool? And after that incident, I disliked violence. When I got into the university to study law and political science, I was exposed to the philosophies of some renowned peace activists. Then I built passion for peace building. This led me to start an initiative in my community to promote peace and human rights through awareness. In 2016, the Civil War started, and things rapidly moved into a deplorable state, just as I presented at the beginning. Something needed to be done that goes beyond just awareness. Then I founded Da Buchisi. Ndabuchisa is a word in my mother tongue. In English, it means the Peace Builder Center. Ndabuchisa is that center where either youth are taken out of violence into a residential setting in a non-violent environment to enable them recalibrate, develop their vital peace-building and livelihood skills, and then re-enter their communities as veritable agents of sustainable peace and development. Let me walk you through our curriculum briefly. When these youth come to our center, we will begin with a thorough psychosocial assessment to be able to determine the need and the degree of such needs, and also to be able to determine those who can play leadership roles in the lives of this youth. Once this assessment is done, we will start building the inner peace of this youth through counseling and also personal peace practices. These efforts will be sustained throughout the 9 months of our training through one-on-one and group therapy. As they begin working in their inner lives, we will introduce self-employment and entrepreneurial skills in the fields of renewable energy, organic farming, community health, and forest conservation. We have not just chosen these livelihoods just for the mere fact that they can generate income. Moreover, these are skills that can be practiced in a mindset of peace and also give the youth a higher purpose of making their community and the environment better. Once they get passionate about these newfound professions, we slowly inculcate in this youth interpersonal peace practices skills. Yes, they will get to work in groups, and we will ensure that they develop empathy, tolerance, compassionate listening, the ability to communicate assertively yet non-aggressively. After this stage, we will now begin to prepare this youth to go back and thrive in their communities. In our center, they must have tested this peaceful, joyous, and productive life. But they are still lacking what it takes for them to go back and share this life in the communities. So at this juncture, we will introduce this youth into community peace practices skills such as dialogue, mediation, negotiation, peer education, counseling, nonviolent action, just to name these few. And finally, before this youth, they leave our center, we will make sure that they have a thorough and a solid business plan at hand, and every other tool that is necessary for them to build lasting peace in their lives and in their communities. At Ndabuchisa, we envision youth becoming resilient peace advocates, standing up against any form of violence, either at homes, in schools, or in any outbreaks of wars. What we really long to see again is our village communities to be able to gather again around the fire, sing, dance, celebrate the festivals, the weddings, tell stories to each other, and listen to the wisdom of the elders. In our town, we long to see clean streets again, bustling shops, street arts, and most of all, purpose-driven youth contributing to a thriving and peaceful society. Thank you all.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you. Thank you so much. Shall we have a first question coming from our online panelist, Kavya? Okay, so while we are waiting, probably we can start off from here. Maybe Rajkumari, could you start off?
Hi, Emmanuel.
Hi.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
First of all, thank you very much for sharing the current situation, like what's happening in Cameroon. And the first question I would like to ask is, we also saw the presentations, and also that's tragedies, all traumas, and you are a leader and a role model to everyone there in Cameroon, right? So my question is, what are your coping mechanisms to overcome or like to respond these crises, these tragedies? I really want to know the coping mechanism that you are leading the youth movement, you are working for the youth, and you have a family. So I really want to know what are your coping mechanisms to be fit, to be stronger, to work on this.
Thank you so much. I'm a grassroots peace builder. That is, I'm a peace practitioner. So I constantly practice personal peace practices like breathing techniques, meditation, walking, doing some work in the community, and many other activities that always enhance my inner peace. Because it starts with inner peace. Once the inner peace is there, you can be able also to relate with others and help them also to have peace.
Thank you, amazing. So my second very short question, do you have children?
Yes.
How old are they?
I have two beautiful daughters. The first is 9 years, and the second is 4 years.
Okay, so actually my extreme gratitude what you are doing like for the Cameroon, better Cameroon and better world. So my second question is, what future do you see for your children in Cameroon?
Well, it's quite a challenging question, but I think I have one hope and expectation that this violence should be transformed so that Cameroon should return again to a state of no mercy where peace can reign. But really, I'm engaging this youth because I really want to throw that which is incubate the next peaceful generation. So I'm really engaging the youth so that we should have a next generation of Cameroonians who are peaceful. So it is a hope and a conviction in me, and I believe that one day we'll see it realizing.
Thank you, and wishing you a very good luck, and I hope very soon we will hear music and see street arts in Cameroon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for laying down the exact picture of what is happening in Cameroon. So I'll directly go to the question. The first question is, as a political science student, I would like to know how your Center for Peace Builders training will be associating with the system, because what we need is a systemic change for a peaceful society or a peaceful nation. So how can you connect your organization or institution with the system for a long-term journey or long-term change for a justful Cameroon? Hoping the question is clear.
Oh, okay, thank you. As a non-governmental organization, we are apolitical, so we don't have any political stand, and we are just engaging in the social and environmental issues that are affecting Cameroon. Yeah, but also, like I did mention, in our curriculum, one of the skills that we'll be giving this youth is non-violent action, so that even if they have political grievances and they want to express their grievances, they should have all the necessary skills to do that in a non-violent manner.
One last question. How can several international organizations can intervene in the internal matters of any nation for a just or for a equality, for a space where such civil wars will never be happening anymore, or such mishappening will never be happening in your country. So, what is the scope of international NGOs collaboration in your area?
Well, we just wish that that they work with grassroots organizations like Ndabuchise to add value and to partner with us to be able to do the work at the grassroots. So we're hoping and soliciting for their cooperation with us at the grassroots.
Shall we move to our online panelists? Kavya?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, very much.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So, thank a lot, Emmanuel, for sharing this story with all of us, sharing the crisis, sharing the struggles, and how the whole thing shaped you. I think it's also very humbling for each of us to sit and listen to what you had to share. While I find a lot of beauty in what you've been doing and how things have been going on, I would also like to understand, because even though you are running an NGO, which is a non-profit organization, I would also like to understand what kind of financial supportive models you have so that your work can go on. And since you already said that it's the government who is going against the interests of people in some ways, and there's a lot of military action happening, and your organization is not also political, it is bringing a social change. In that context, like you already answered a previous panelist question on how you are not directly engaging with the political system, but I would also like to understand what is your financial model to keep this movement sustainable, because we really would love to see the beauty of this going on and eventually, a peaceful situation coming back to Cameroon.
Thank you. We really want to focus now on fundraising, reaching out to international partners to propose projects that can be implemented at the grassroots, hoping that they will partner with us to do the work. But also eventually we are coming up with a business venture that we can also put on as an income-generating activity that can help us with sustainability in a longer or in the long term.
Sure, that's amazing. If there's something already being planned as the income generation option, will you be able to share with us more about that?
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, what we are putting in place, like I spoke about, one of the livelihoods we are giving these children is organic farming. So we plan to use the demonstration farm for this training as also a tool to generate income. So we plan to scale up the production of one of the crops, plantains, which is really in high demand in Cameroon, as a means to generate income for our social venture.
Wow, thank you, thank you. That's also very beautiful, because I remember you started with the story of where are the bananas? That's how your mom asked, and that has been your personal story. Thank you. Thanks a lot for sharing that. And I think that's like it's a full circle. So all the best, and really
Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Hello? Yeah. Is the mic on? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Emmanuel. Priya?
Yes?
Do you remember Josna from our 2013 Kanthari?
Yes, of course. I remember her dream speech where she mentioned about jumping into a deep well or something.
Yes, and how another Kanthari actually rescued her and brought back here to Kanthari. And now she has started her project, so why don't we look her short movie?
So just to give you an idea, these are the projects that are realized and they've gone back and done. So we just have a short videos of them between the
Women spend the money for the well-being of the children, but the husband is asking why you are spending the money in the other way. You just save this money. Myself, Krishna. My husband is abused and beaten me. Then after I left the home without money, without children, without family support, I finally decided to attempt suicide. But God gave me another life. In our organizations, all board members are women who have been affected by the domestic violence.
ଆଜିର ସମାଜରେ ମହିଳାମାନଙ୍କୁ ବହୁତ ନ୍ୟୁନ ଦୃଷ୍ଟିରେ ଦେଖୁଛନ୍ତି ସମସ୍ତେ କିନ୍ତୁ ଆମେ ଜନମଙ୍ଗଳ ଗୋଟେ ଅନୁଷ୍ଠାନ ତିଆରି କରିଛୁ
ଝିଅକୁ ନେଇକି ମୁଁ ହଉଛୁ ଆସିକି ବାହାରେ ରହୁଥିଲି ତାପରେ ଦେଖିଲି ଯେ ମେମ୍ବରମାନଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ଯାଇ ବାହାରକୁ ଦେଖିଲି ଯେ ଆଦିବାସୀ ଏରିଆର ମା ମାନେ ବି ମୋ ଭଳିଆ ଦୁଃଖିତ ହୋଇ ରହି
Janamangala organization is directly working with the women as well as the adolescent girls.
এই মাধ্যমে যদি সেমানে বুঝি পারিলে যে ছোট ছোট কুনি কুনি পিলামানଙ୍କୁ স্কিট করিকি সেমানে বুঝি পারিবে যে ছোট ছোট পিলামানଙ୍କୁ যে আমি যেতে গণ দুষ্কর্ম করছে তেনো সেমানে যদি বুঝি পারিকি এই মানে কিছু চেঞ্জ করি পারিবে
When they know about their rights, the sexual harassments, then they will come forward to stop violence against women. Herbal medicine preparation is the traditional skill of the tribal women.
এইটা মহুল ছাল ଆଉ ଇଏ ଡାଇବେଟିସ୍ ପାଇଁ ଔଷଧ ତିଆରି ହେଉଛି
କାଇଁ ଲୋ ହଉ ତ ନାହିଁ ଏଇ ଗଛଟି ଖାଇନେ ଛୁଆମାନଙ୍କର ପାଟି ଘା ଭଲ ହବ
এটা গাই ছিরা আর রামদান্তণী এয়া সাতরা ফ্যান্টে না ইয়ে রোগ ভালো হবো
Janamangala is providing the livelihood training programs. They will be make this qualitative medicine to fulfill their needs and then sell in the market and for earning of their money. Most important part is the mindset change. When they know about their rights, when they know about the acts.
तो माने पाठ साठ पढ़ी ना टिके निर्बुद्धिया लोक आमे चाहू जे आमे टिके शिक्षित होई गलु आमे चाहू जे आम स्वाधीन गला आमे टिके भलो बाटरे जीवु कि ए कार्यरा आम पई सक्षम होई परिबो
ମାନେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ସ୍ତ୍ରୀ ଲୋକ ନା ଏମାନେ ଘରେ ରହୁଥିଲେ ଘରୁ ବାହାରି ପାରୁନଥିଲେ କାହାର କି ଚିହ୍ନୁ ନଥିଲେ କି ଜାଣୁନଥିଲେ ଏବେ ଯାହା ପଞ୍ଚାୟତକୁ ଆସିକି ସରପଞ୍ଚକୁ ବି ଚିହ୍ନିଲେନି ଅନ୍ୟ ଗାଁର ଲୋକଙ୍କ ସହିତ ବି ମିଶାମିଶି କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଚିହ୍ନୁଛନ୍ତି ଯାହା ବାଟଘାଟ ଯୋଉଠି ଦେଖା ହେଲେ କଥାବାର୍ତ୍ତା ହେଲେ ହେଉଛନ୍ତି ଆଗେ କେହି କି ଜାଣିପାରୁନଥିଲେ କି ଚିହ୍ନି ପାରୁନଥିଲେ
ପ୍ରତ୍ୟେକ ଗାଁର ମହିଳାମାନଙ୍କୁ ସଂଗଠିତ ଭାବରେ ସଂଗଠିତ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ସଂଗଠିତ କରିକି ଗ୍ରୁପ୍ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଛତୁ ଚାଷ କୁକୁଡ଼ା ଚାଷ ଏଠି ଏଇ ଯେଉଁ ଔଷଧ ପତ୍ର ତିଆରି ହେବ ସବୁ ପତ୍ର ଚେର ମୂଳର ଆଗ ସବୁ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ବହୁତ ବଢ଼ିଆ ହେଉଛୁ ଜନମୂଳ କାମ କରିବା ଉଚିତ
Nowadays, Janamangal works with a total of 220 farmers, adolescents, and women self-help groups. These groups cover 2,300 families and over 700 adolescent girls. Additionally, 438 women are part of any of the enterprise promotional programs in mushroom cultivation, tailoring, leaf plate production, or organic kitchen garden activities.
Srishti?
Yeah.
Who do you think is stronger, men or women?
Physically or mentally?
I think mentally women are strong.
Oh, wait, would men over here agree that?
Well, let's not argue on that, okay?
Okay.
So what do we do next?
Then we invite our next speaker who is going to shine on the light on the strength of woman. She is none other than Boside from Nigeria.
I busted in my love. You see how things are for me right now. I am unable to take care of you and the children. I will have to go to the city where I can get a better job and I'll be able to take care of you. Please.
Okay, dear, come back soon. We'll be waiting for you. I waited for him 10 years. He never came back. At age 33, I became single mother of 3 kids. There are many women in Nigeria that are single mother due to domestic violence, teenage pregnancy, and many more. They struggle without any support, but mine is a little bit different. From a very young age, I didn't get any support from my father. Even when my husband left, when things were difficult, my mother and siblings remained a very strong support system for me. Even though I'm a qualified builder, and my passion lay in the construction industry, I couldn't get a stable employment as a single mother. No one wants to employ a nursing mother as a site supervisor or project manager. To take care of my children, I learned several skills like tie and dye, tailoring, and catering. I also engage in buying and selling shoes, bags, clothing, ready to wear. I enroll in short conferences and programs to enhance my skills, and this helped me to join business organizations and chambers of commerce. I remember in one of our meetings at chambers of commerce, someone made a comment about single mother when a loud music is coming from outside. It could be one of those prostitute single mothers that has no job, disturbing people. Really? I was annoyed. He had no clue that I'm a single mother. He couldn't comprehend a businesswoman like me being a single mother. Reflecting on this, when I got home, I could see people's beliefs surrounding single mothers in Nigeria. There are over 20 million single mothers in Nigeria, according to UN Women 2019 reports. Most of these women are uneducated, discriminated. They struggle without any support. The root cause of these are strong cultural norms. They expect a woman to stay in an abusive marriage. Otherwise, you are called Dalemoshu. This is a Yoruba word used for a woman that leaves her marriage to her parents' house. Some of these women have been discriminated. Landlord refused renting an apartment to them. They believe they won't be able to renew their rent or turn their house a brothel. In case of teenage pregnancy, they couldn't finish her high school. They turned out doing a menial job, up on the streets, and doing house help. There are no strong policy to support women that their husband leave the marriage. These women are being left alone to take care of their children, to provide food, school fees, everything and so on. Most of these women end up giving their child for adoption, while some engage these children in child labor. Due to insufficient income, they struggle in poverty and vulnerable. Sometimes people take their vulnerability for granted. This reminds me of Kemi, who became single mother of 3 kids because she left her abusive marriage to her parents' house. Her parents didn't support her. She struggled alone. She took many jobs like house help, house cleaner to take care of these children, and she was being exploited by men. Refusing to give in, she lost her job. Kemi couldn't provide for her children again due to financial instability. These children given to peer pressure, they turn out to be criminal on the street, like stealing. Nigeria government provides some intervention in the area of women's skill acquisition and microloans. Some NGOs and civil society organizations organize women empowerment for livelihood support. But these are short terms of 1 week or 2 weeks, which are not enough to learn a trade. Sometimes these women were not given chance to learn the trade of their choice, and they end up not practicing. I think I could change the situation. I started Train a Trainer Women Empowerment Initiative for single mothers, widows, and vulnerable women, training them on tie and die. I couldn't get expected results. That is why I came to Kanthari. Here, I developed Akinkanju, meaning the brave. Akinkanju is a center dedicated to empower single mothers, widows, and vulnerable women through education, job skills, and vocational training, especially building construction. They learn the art of bricklaying, electrical, carpentry, plumbing, everything entails in building for 6 months with 1 year internship. We are not only building structure, we are building life. Personal development is the key. We train them on how to manage their time, stress management, financial literacy, communication skill, computer literacy, emotional intelligence, and the art of networking. The result is these women, they manage their time here well, they know how to manage their stress, their parenting skills improve, they are financially stable. They become symbol of hope for their community and their family. Our intervention doesn't end there. For their children aged 0 to 4, our Christ Center is to take care of these children so that these women can concentrate on their learning and improve their lives. For their teenagers, our counseling section is to help them emotionally and to guide them psychologically. You may ask, why building construction? In Nigeria, we are used to conventional building, using concrete blocks. We are using these women to create awareness about sustainable building construction using eco-friendly materials. You guess what? This women is entering a male-dominated industry as a resilient women. Our mission is to break the chains of poverty and discrimination that held these women bound for so long. At Akinkanju, we women, we are not alone. We remain strong together in the face of adversity. Here are our beneficiaries. Àwájú aṣẹ́gun lọ, akíkanjú obìnrin ṣáláwá o. Àwájú aṣẹ́gun lọ, àwájú aṣẹ́gun lọ, àwájú aṣẹ́gun lọ. Akíkanjú obìnrin ṣáláwá o. Àwájú aṣẹ́gun lọ. We envision a world where women are equipped with skills and knowledge they need to thrive independently. Thank you.
Shall we proceed with the questions from the panelists here?
First of all, revolutionary greetings to your initiative. The most attractive part of your presentation was to smash the constructed norms in beauty market, and which is always male dominated. I love that part. So one thing that I would love to ask, being a queer person, is how intersectional are your initiatives? Because as Patricia Hill Collins from African countries have itself have noted that women or men or anybody are not homogeneous. Everyone are heterogeneous. So this domestic violence or vulnerability among women will be in a queer we can view that in a queer lens also. They may be lesbian, they may be trans men, or they may be bisexual. So chances are there that these people might undergo a marital rape or domestic violence just because of their sexual orientation or body. So my major question is how will the system or your organization or your initiative will be treating these women queer bodies?
What happened is that our organization is to empower every woman, no matter your background. If you are a single woman, you are widow, and you are vulnerable. And LGBTQ, they are vulnerable people. They are welcome in our organization. We train them.
A follow-up question to that itself is, how can, I'm pretty much sure that Nigeria has limited access to queer policies. So how will they be able to sustain once they are out of the organization with all the abilities?
I believe that Nigerian, this LGBTQ is a crime in Nigeria, but as a social person, I don't have to disclose the identity of anybody. They are to come and to learn only, and to stay together.
Thank you. All the best for your initiative.
Thank you.
Thank you, Basude. Thank you for everything. Whatever we're doing for women, which represent all the women in the world, that I believe. So my first question is, as you mentioned, many women, they are like empowering, right, in your organization, like Akin Kunza. So what's your mapping strategy? Like they are empowered themselves. I mean, like how you map, like they are doing, like they are empowering. What kinds of indicators you use? Because what I believe is women empowerment is the very vague, and also it's very complicated to map, right? Which is very abstract thing. So what's your strategies to map all those indicators?
So to have a good strategy, because I have started since 2021, but I didn't want to do how people are doing. That is why I'm here in Kanthari. And with the tools I have gotten here, I believe I'm going to have a difference. I have started, I couldn't get expected results because I wasn't satisfied. That is why I was looking for who can train me. And I'm here, and I've been given the tools, and I'm going to use it effectively.
Great. And I'm very curious that you mentioned in Nigeria, the single women, they are like entitled to prostitution. So my question here is, you are here and using this platform, and we are watching you, and I believe many more watching you online. So what will be your one message? Which message will like knock down your government, your community, and all over the world?
My message to everybody in the world, especially men, they should not take chance of vulnerability of a woman. We are resilient, we are strong, we have inner strength to use and to become independent. We are not vulnerable. And if they see anyone that is vulnerable, they should not take advantage of them. That's my message to everybody.
Thank you, and I wish you all the luck, both of you. Thank you so much.
Shall we move over to Kavya for her next question?
Thank you. Yeah. So thanks a lot, Vaside, for being the strong entrepreneur and also, giving so much of strength and support to your community. It was really relieving to hear your story. It was really assuring to hear your story. So I'm just continuing from the message that you have to give to all of us. I was reading your document and I also saw that in some cases you're also including men to be part of this learning center. So I would like you to tell us more about how has it been, the dynamics of including men? Has it been supportive or has it been difficult? And do these men go and talk to these abusive men and help them understand to overcome patriarchy and be more supportive to the women and their families?
Because building construction industry is a male-dominated industry, we can't do without these men. We still need them to work with us. We still need some of them to train this woman. And if any of them bring anybody that they need to learn, we can't send them away. And we also have some vulnerable men too. If they come and we see they are the cause of this, and also we should all change the world together. That is why we give them 10% of what we are doing.
Amazing. Thanks a lot. That's so beautiful to know. And I have a doubt about this. Do you also have policies supporting sex education and laws on sexual abuse so that there is a situation where women are not abused, women are not left alone to fend for their children, women are not raped and ending in a situation where they have to take care of their children? I just wanted to know about the laws and how things work over there. Yeah, policies and laws.
I have developed policy here, and part of my beneficiary policy, there is a sexual harassment there, which I believe that we are going to implement here. And even Nigerian government has policy that is for that, and we have some ministry that are handling it, though they might not do it well, but as we are starting our Akin Conju now, I want to be the voice of the women and want to stand for these women so that governments can implement the policy effectively.
Thank you. And we have one last question.
Can I just continue for a moment? Yeah?
Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, because it's so amazing. So I just wanted to share one more thing. So thank you for saying that and helping us understand this. So I just hope that your organization is noticed by your ministry for the amazing work that you do, and you get to collaborate a lot. And because I work in the sustainability space, I also felt that to take your project way ahead, I also feel that it's something that could help you. That is because you're also using alternative materials which are eco-friendly. I think maybe you could also market it as being safer for the people who are working in the construction industry. Maybe that could also be part of, your marketing and your fundraising, and then, so it's safe not just for people who are working in the construction industry, and it's also safe for people who are going to live in those buildings. So with that, I'm ending. Thank you.
Thank you. We have that.
Let's give a big round of applause to both ladies.
Thank you.
Srishti, you know all the Kantharis, right?
Most of them. Oops.
You know all of them?
Not all of them, but I think many of them, since I've been here so long.
And especially the one that whom we are planning to show the video now, Kevin?
Definitely. Kevin, who is doing his Wawa Kenya project, I definitely know him so well.
Okay, let's have a look at Kevin's project right now for 5 minutes.
Yes.
My name is Kevin Odera, and I'm the founder of Wawa Kenya. When I was 12 years old, I lost both of my parents to HIV and AIDS. Why? Because my mother used to sell fish, and because we were poor, she couldn't manage to get capital. And so what did she do? She decided to engage into sex for fish practices, and a practice that is well known along the lake region. It is known as Jaboya. And so this is how she contracted HIV and AIDS and later died. So 2004 was the darkest moment of my life. Like they always say, what doesn't kill you makes you only stronger. So this motivated me to start an organization called Wawa. Wawa is a Swahili abbreviation meaning wanawake wavuvi, or if you like, Fisher Folk Women. This is a platform where we equip women with skills. Talk of fish farming, fishing, boat building, fashion and design, soap and detergent making, and many more. Not forgetting poultry and pig farming, just for women.
My name is Lina Otieno. I first joined Wawa in September, and I got to know about it when I was approached by Kevin. He came to my shop, and he got interested in what I was doing. So he asked me if I could come and train the girls on fashion. So far, we've worked on bags, and we are progressing well because they are fast learners, and they're also interested in what we are doing.
Wawa imenisaidia kabisa juu sikuwa na kazi, nilikuwa nauza tu ndizi kwa barabara. Sasa vile nilipata kazi hapa Wawa, naweza sema maisha yangu imebadilika, naweza kula, naweza vaa, naweza linda mtoto. As you can see, I'm very healthy just because of this job I'm doing, and I'm so much grateful for Wawa.
My name is Arizona Chola. I can proudly say that we are the only organization dealing with women economic empowerment along the Homa Bay quarters zote. And we are known wherever we go, when you see Wawa, you see women. And we are proud of that.
Otherwise, thank you very much, and you're welcome to work with us along the Lake region to empower women and the community at large.
Srishti.
Yes?
You were a 2012 Kanthari participant, weren't you?
Yes.
And how come I never saw your Kanthari talks?
Oh, it was because right after I went from Kanthari, my project completely changed.
Ah, okay, that answers it.
Uh-huh.
Well, can we all have the privilege to know what your new project is all about, maybe?
The project is already old, but yeah, then off you go, Priya. Let me have my time.
Okay.
This scene, what you just saw, happened when I was 16 years old. I fell off the stage during my dance performance. I just did not see the edge. And only then I realized that I was becoming blind. When I got blind, I was shocked. And the reason was not because of my blindness. It was the way people started to treat me. They had very low expectation and clear perception on what I can do and what I cannot. Let me tell you a story. Soon after going blind, I had just entered to the college. One day I went to the class. There was no one. I waited. No one showed up. And later I got to know that everyone had gone for a picnic, and I was not even invited. I was so mad at my friend. You see, they simply thought that blind people do not have a social life. This gave me an urge to jump out from the box. To adapt to the new life, I started to skill myself. I learned mobility, computer, and I never wanted to stop dancing. But I was denied, saying that blind people cannot follow the instruction. Fine. I decided to be my own teacher, use my imagination, and started dancing nationally and internationally. And I thought, now I will be included and integrated into the society. But I was wrong. One day I was performing on the stage. It was a very happy song. I had a biggest smile in my face. But the audience were in tears. Such a talented and beautiful girl is blind. What a tragedy. But the first time I experienced inclusion was here in Kanthari. Now, what is real inclusion? It's not being nice to you or doing things for you. Here, we all had same high expectations. Whether you were blind or sighted, whether you're disabled or not, my opinion mattered, and I finally found my voice to speak up. Feeling fully empowered and armed with full scholarship, I went to do my master's in dance anthropology to Europe. I traveled to Norway, France, Hungary, and UK. But I did a small mistake. I expected everyone to be as inclusive as I had experienced here in Kanthari. But my classmate saw inclusion as an act of charity. One day, our professor had given us a task to prepare a dance to perform in a children's festival. And my classmate refused to teach me the dance they were choreographing. And guess what excuse they gave? Srishti, you cannot dance with us. You could fall and hurt a child. Hurt a child? You know, by now I had already learned to speak up. So I said, no, I need to be part of this team. And they said, you're just having big mouth. She's being so rude. And to my friends, should we not do things together? And what they said? The fact that you need extra help compromises our friendship. Wow, fine. I decided not to take their help anymore. And again they said, she's just trying too hard to be independent. She is arrogant. When I asked for help, it was a problem. When I didn't ask for help, it was again a problem. When I spoke, it was a problem. When I didn't speak, again it was a problem. What do I do? By then, I had started to understand what people around me really meant. Stay in the box and do only what we think blind people should do. So all these gave me a push to start Blind Rocks. So Blind Rocks uses art and adventure as a tool to empower, to rock the life of blind and visually impaired people, and to create choices of opportunities in life. If you come to Blind Rocks, what you'll see our blind rockers speaking confidently on various topics. They can be quite loud sometimes. You'll see them dancing happily and crazily, teaching and teasing one another. By the way, our Blind Rocks band is in a quite demand in Nepal. We also learn acting and we go for movie together. And sometimes when we are going for movie, people are like, blind people for movie? And we watch movie, other cinemagoers watch us. So we go for adventure, we go rock climbing, rafting, and while we are at the top of the rock or flying in the sky, often our rockers are the one who have been experiencing this for the first time among their sighted peers. It has been giving them a huge boost to their confidence and also have been helping them to overcome small challenges in their daily life. Mr. and Miss Blind Rocker International is our another annual event which we do to challenge the status quo. Now wait, by the name, you might be thinking, they are just replacing one status quo with the other. That's why we're soon planning to change the name, but unlike the standard beauty pageant, we're not focused on looks or heights or weights. We're rather focused on the positive attitudes towards the life. And this also functions as a training where we equip them with overall personality development, public speaking, critical thinking, leadership, and many more. We have been also advocating for the inclusivity and accessibility of art and adventure. Now, I would like to give you a glimpse of our work. So from past 9 years, we have been doing these activities nationally and internationally, directly impacting the life of 500 plus rockers, reaching to over 10 countries. 3 weeks ago, I was invited to Russia to conduct workshop on inclusion for medical professionals and social workers. During the conference, our organizer posed a question. Why do we need disabled people in this world? And do you know what the reply was? They said, we need disabled people to inspire us. Really? Are we here only to inspire people and to make them feel better about themselves? See, for us, our blindness is not a problem. Once we have accepted it, and once we have skilled ourselves to function fully in this world, we are living very normally. But it seems very hard for society to accept that. And this is a real problem. We are here with a purpose. We are here to contribute with our opinion, creativity, and expertise. We are here to make a difference. But society will always try to push us down to stay in a box. But no matter how many times society will push us down, we will continue to jump out and come back again. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. Wow, what a way to end today's day, Srishti. Marvelous, marvelous. I think we should give her one more round of applause.
Thank you.
I have no words. Okay?
Now, finally, I'm also part of Kanthari Talks. I feel so included right now. So that brings to the end of our day one Kanthari Talks 2023, right, Priya?
That's right, and thank you all so very much. You have given us so much of energy to be here, standing here, talking to you all. And we're going to come back tomorrow with more energy, more zest, more spirits, and listen to the rest of our talks and then for the graduation ceremony.
Yeah,
so,
and we definitely want to express our gratitude to all our panelists online and offline, and to all our dear audience present online and offline. And don't forget to come on time tomorrow for day 2 to hear more fiery speeches. So till then, rest well.
And
Good night, and see you tomorrow.
Ciao.